circumstances, baby. No, God is always there for me. Yeah, through the sunshine or through the rain, through the pleasure or through the pain, God is always there for me. So I met this old man. He was so poor, didn't hold no bed, so we slept on the floor. He's always smiling, never heard him complain. He said that proving God again and again. So no matter what the circumstances, baby, God is always there for me. Yeah. Through the sunshine or through the rain, through the pleasure or through the pain, God is always there for me. No matter what the circumstances, baby, yeah, God is always there for me. Yeah. Through the good times or through the bad, through the happy times or through the sad, God is always there for me. The landlord wears the rent, school fee too, partner to our bones, and the youth them need you. Friends all ask me what I'm gonna do. I smile and tell them that God will see me through. No matter what the circumstances, baby, yeah, God is always there for me. Yeah. Through the sunshine or through the rain, through the pleasure or through the pain, God is always there for me. So no matter what the circumstances, baby, God is always there for me. Yeah. Through the good times or through the bad, through the happy times or through the sad, God is always there for me. I met this old man. He was so poor, he didn't hold no bed, so we slept on the floor. He's always smiling, I never heard him complain. He said I'm proving God again and again. So no matter what the circumstances, baby, God is always there for me. Yeah. Through the sunshine or through the rain, through the pleasure or through the pain, God is always there for me. No matter what the circumstances, baby, no, God is always there for me. Yeah. Through the good times or through the bad, through the happy times. Oh, there's not a broken vessel that God can't make. The thief was down to his last breath, and in there can't wait. When he turned to the master and said, Lord of mercy, hold me, he was just a broken vessel. Then Jesus washed away his sins, 'cause there's not a broken vessel that God can make. Oh, there's not a broken vessel God can't make. Yeah. When the whole world turns its back on you, Jesus will be your friend. He will pick up all the pieces time and Almighty. Jesus sees the potter, and we are just clay. And even when the vessel is broken, He would throw the clay away. Bring Him all of your waters, your troubles and your sin, 'cause there's not a broken vessel Almighty God can make. There's not a broken vessel that God can make. When the whole world turns its back on you, Jesus will always be your friend. He will pick up all the pieces, time and time again. 'Cause there's not a broken vessel that God can't break. There's not a broken vessel that God can't break. When the whole world turns its back on you, Jesus will always be your friend. He will pick up all the pieces, time and time again. 'Cause there's not a broken vessel God can make. This old sinful world, only a comfort I can't afford. Striving alone to face temptation, so where do I go but to my Lord? Where do I go? Where do I go? Seeking no refuge for my soul. Needing a friend to save me in bed. Where would I go but to my Lord? Life here is grand, with friends I love so deep. Comfort I get from God's own words. Yet when I face the chilling hand of death, where would I go but to my Lord? Where do I go? Where do I go? Seeking a refuge for my soul. Needing a friend to guide me till the end. Where do I go back to my Lord?
Welcome. Good afternoon to all my listeners and viewers. Welcome to Rebel Radio. Today is Monday. And as usual, we have lots of things to share with you. We are going to start with one of our colleagues. I'm going to start with Lloyd Dageler, one of my colleagues and our listeners are familiar with this voice. Hello, Lloyd, how are you?
I'm fine, Desmond. How are you doing?
Well, I am supposed to be okay.
You sound okay, man. You sound good. You sound good.
Yes. Well, we are at the start of the 6th month of the year, Lloyd. We are in the middle of the year now. Yes.
Yes, we are. Yes, we are.
And at the start of another hurricane season. What's on your agenda today?
Well, what's on my agenda is, I've been, as you know, I focus a lot on police extrajudicial killings.
Yes.
And this issue of body camera is now an issue where the Minister of National Security is telling the police not to wear body cameras, and the Prime Minister has not come out and condemned the Minister of National Security and said, how dare you tell the police not to wear body cameras? The Prime Minister is hedging on that issue as far as I'm concerned. And, organizations like Jamaicans for Justice have been having public meetings to discuss this matter. I'm seeing in the newspaper here where Indicom is now saying that, the police must wear body cameras. And they're saying that recently there were operations in which 5 body cameras were worn by the police. 5 occasions on which body cameras were released, 1 or 2 shootings. But guess what? The cameras weren't set up properly, and the cameras didn't report, couldn't give any, video of what happened. So therefore, if it is a policy, it means that even if the police are wearing body cameras, they may it may so happen that the cameras don't record anything, etc., etc. So this is a very, very serious issue that needs to be discussed, and the Prime Minister can't hedge where this is concerned. And if it is necessary to dismiss the Minister of National Security, then I believe that the Minister of National Security must be asked to step down. So we need to put some pressure on the system so that the police don't have the right to just walk around and just kill people. Over 130 odd people have been killed since the year started, 300 and odd last year, and that's the way it's going on. And Indicom is having a problem in terms of taking the matter to court to get the matter resolved by the DPP, who is the prosecutor, because the evidence that is needed is very difficult to get because there's no body camera, and sometimes the eyewitnesses are intimidated and they don't come forward to give testimony before the courts, etc. And let me just say, in relation to this matter, the People's Anti-Corruption Movement has drafted a private prosecution affidavit that we are working on, and we're going to take this matter to court, that the Prime Minister, the Minister of National Security, and the Police Commissioner must be held legally accountable for this matter of police extrajudicial killings. So we just want to remind your listeners and remind Jamaicans that this is a very serious matter. Point number 1.
Yes. That's very, very critical Critical Lloyd, and I want you to know that Rebel Radio is on your side with that. We have been advocating for the police to wear body cameras because we see, and this is something that I am puzzled about because I see the police wearing body cameras as something that will strengthen their credibility. So
absolutely.
For decades now, the police story, police version of shootouts in Jamaica has been challenged by the people. And we know that
absolutely.
We know that you have people out there who will make up stories. So what we want the police to be in a position to present credible information. And
absolutely.
Yes, we can't see the reason why they are not wearing body cams or why there should be any hesitation about police wearing body cams.
Because it's a state policy, Desmond. We just have to call a spade a spade. It's a state policy. From the very beginning of Jamaica independence movement, you had Alexander Bustamante telling the police, when you go to Coral Gardens, when you bring back the Rastaman, them dead or alive. You had other people like Shearer telling the police, shoot first and ask questions later. And it has come all the way down. You have the present Minister of National Security telling the police, when you shoot, don't call no ambulance. So, I mean, we could go on and on and on in terms of what the government officials from the very top have told the police to do where fighting crime is concerned. Now, right now, the government is claiming that crime or killings have gone down, and they are crediting the police for doing that. How do you credit the police? I mean, what are the facts? What are the data? Is it extrajudicial killings? Is it increase in the police killings to over 300 and odd that has reduced crime? And if it has reduced crime, it is still illegal because that is not the way you reduce crime. You know, so this is a very, very big issue that that we need to talk about, and we need to, look the government in the face and look the officials and say, listen, we cannot continue along this road. Because it means that police will go into communities and the next thing you know, them shoot a boy or them shoot somebody or whatever it is, and they claim it was a shootout. Indicom come and investigate, but Indicom can't go very far with it because there are no credible witnesses or video or whatever it is. It's a serious matter.
Mm-hmm. Yes, it is. It is indeed a serious matter. Another matter that I haven't heard the government on is this whole question of landlessness in Jamaica.
Yes.
To date, I have not heard the government with any policy to address this issue. And we know that this is also a big issue and a serious issue facing the Jamaican people.
Absolutely, absolutely. This is our position is land for the landless. Mm-hmm. Let's face it. The land in Jamaica, the land of Jamaica, was captured by the Spanish people. And when the Spanish captured Jamaica in 1494 or something like that, or whenever it was, they committed genocide against the Taínos, and they brought Africans here. When the British captured Jamaica from the Spanish, some of the Taínos and the African slaves ran away, and they went up into the Maroon, into the hills, and so on. And they've been fighting ever since. So we have end of slavery. The slaves were never given land as compensation, and the government owns crown lands, and it's land that was given to them by the colonial master. So therefore, we need a discussion, right? A policy where if somebody need land, they should be entitled to it, and we can discuss it and plan it. We need land for the landless, because now that the Hurricane Melissa has come and destroyed agricultural land and all that kind of stuff. People may need to go get other land to do agriculture. You know what I mean? So this is a very, very serious issue. One of the issues that we need to talk about again and focus on: land for the landless.
Yes, indeed.
Now, can I say another thing here, Desmond?
Yes, sir.
Which is that in Jamaica right now, United States has sent an aircraft carrier called the USS Nimitz. It's on the harbor right now. And they're saying that it is there because of long-standing bilateral relationship between Jamaica and the United States. No problem. But guess what now? The United States attacked Venezuela. They captured the prime minister there and bring him to America, lock him up, same as a drug dealer. And they've been shooting boats in the Caribbean Sea, killing hundreds of people. And now they're in Iran. They're fighting Iran. They're saying that Iran shouldn't have a nuclear weapon, but the United States has a nuclear weapon. So the United States can have nuclear weapon, but Iran can't have nuclear weapon, right? And so they are prepared to destroy destroy Iran because Iran is trying to develop nuclear weapon. No, they have said very explicitly that as soon as them destroy Iran, or they have a peace agreement or whatever, they're going to attack Cuba, right? They say they are going to attack Cuba. What has Cuba done to America? What is the threat of Cuba to America? Cuba is absolutely no threat. And what they have done is they have enforce an economic and fuel blockade of Cuba. Cuba used to depend on Venezuela for fuel and stuff like that. They can't get it anymore, right? And any country that tries to assist Cuba could be could be themselves targeted by the United States. So the question is this aircraft carrier that is here now, is it part of a bigger plan for the plans to invade Cuba and to attack Cuba, etc.? And I believe that, again, the Prime Minister of Jamaica must be challenged. Are you part, or is Jamaica going to be assisting America, Cuba, in turn when it's ready to invade Cuba? Because remember now, Jamaica is only 90 miles away from Cuba. It's just throw a stone and Cuba is right around the corner. So I believe that we have to be very explicit, and we have to ask the government, are you part and parcel of the U.S. plan to invade, to attack Cuba, which we believe is against international law? It's illegal, it's not right, and we have to speak up again about it. Cuba has been helping Jamaica for many years, sending doctors here to help our healthcare system. And now that Cuba is, is in a crisis, the people don't have no food, they don't have no electricity, they're in a very bad shape. And we are saying nothing and we are doing nothing. And now America is about to, militarily attack Cuba. Do we have anything to say about it? I believe that we need to pose that question very, very directly to the government of Jamaica.
That's a timely question, Lloyd. And we don't know, we can remember that before America attacked Venezuela, invade Venezuela, they sent ships to Trinidad and were there maneuvering. So as you raise that point, we wonder whether or not this aircraft carrier is preparing, there's a bigger plan, the invasion of Cuba. We don't know. The Americans say it is some goodwill visit. Well, we don't know what it is. And I agree with you
Absolutely.
that we need to keep our eyes open. And
Yes.
on the question of Cuba, one of the things that we would like Jamaica to join hands with CARICOM countries to assist Cuba, provide the Cuban
Absolutely.
Cuban people with food and whatever help we can mobilize for them, because
Absolutely.
they stood up for us when we were in need, right?
Absolutely.
And
Absolutely.
also those countries that Cuba helped, we're talking about Africa, right? And we would like the African countries now to mobilize themselves and mobilize help for the Cuban people. They deserve that right now, and they are in need of it. Yes.
Yeah, man, I mean, what is the threat? What threat? What kind of threat is Cuba to America? Cuba is absolutely no threat to America.
No threat at all.
Absolutely no threat.
No.
So, in other words, what America is saying is like if they want this country or that country to do what they want to do, they will just say that you're a threat, and then they will use their military to come and overthrow and take over and do this and that. So that's a very serious principle that I believe that we need to speak up about, because everybody else becomes vulnerable under the circumstances if we just close our eyes and allow them to come and destroy Cuba, because they can make no promise whatsoever that they are going to go there and create a better economic, social, political situation for the people there. Cuba is one of the few countries in the region that has free education, free health care, and they do land for the landless as well. I mean, those are basic things, and I don't know of free education or free health care in America, right? I don't know of land for the landless there. So why would we expect anything like that to continue in Cuba? All they want is that the big American corporations can come, set up their business there in Cuba and make money out of Cuba. It's not about making Cuba any better. And you have a political system that is very dependent or very supportive of the United States. And that's it. And we have to speak up against that. We have to be very vocal. That cannot continue.
Yes.
Cannot continue.
I agree with you. I'm certainly agree in agreement with you there, Lydie. We
Yes.
need to make our voices being heard on this matter.
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Yes, absolutely. Can I say another thing? Which is not along the line of Cuba, but this is now a social issue here in Jamaica, right? The other day, a member of Parliament, she with the PNP, and she went before the Parliament, and she opened up her presentation in Patois, right? She started to talk Patois. And the Speaker of the House says, absolutely not. No Patois will be spoken here. When you come to this Parliament, you speak English. Now, this is a very serious issue. Right? Some people might believe that it is just a joke matter. But many of us, many of the people of Jamaica, we speak Patois, but we don't have no big education, so we don't really speak English like the people in the Parliament can speak English. So what that means is that the people who speak Patois are second-class citizens because they can't represent themselves. They could never be elected to go to Parliament because if they go to Parliament and them can't talk English the way the others talk English, then they will be told that them can't speak and they will be there silent. So this is a serious class matter that that has come up that we need to talk about as well, because some of us can speak both Patois and English. The MP apparently speaks English as well, so she was able to switch over to English. But some of us might speak Patois and can't switch over to English. So does that mean that there can be other forms of discrimination against us in our social existence? If we go somewhere we can't write English or we can't speak English properly, do the powers that be have the right to discriminate against us and say, well, boy, we're sorry, we can't help you, but you don't speak English? I think we need to have some kind of a discussion about this as well.
Yes, indeed, we need to change the rules and the rules of the Parliament. That the rules that they are following now is the rules that the British laid down. And we are independent, so we are supposed to set our own rules. It is time.
Absolutely.
Another matter that has gone silent. You remember that the government had initiated a move to amend the Constitution, to bring the Constitution to the people, and they were talking about it. But you observe that has fallen off the page. When last have you heard anything about constitutional reform from the government?
Absolutely, because the big issue was whether the Caribbean, the Caribbean, what do they call it now? Well, the Caribbean Court of Appeal, Caribbean Court would become the final Court of Appeal, and there was a disagreement between them and the Privy Council on whether it's the Caribbean Court of Appeal. Now, if you're really an independent country, then I don't see why the Caribbean Court couldn't be the final Court of Appeal. But even so, I don't see why that issue should stop Jamaica from becoming truly independent and becoming a republic. You know what I mean? So that is almost like a false issue that is going on there. And so the question is is republic or independence, is there any difference between the two? Is there any difference if we became a republic? Will there be any qualitative change in our political life or social economic life, or will it be the same as being being independent? So that is another issue that I think needs to be discussed. And the other question is, if we go through the court system and the Court of Appeal, let us say we go to the Court of Appeal and we still don't like what the Court of Appeal does, how do we have the money to go to the Privy Council? Would the Caribbean Court be more accessible? Those are some of the kind of issues that we need to talk about. Is it easier to get to the Caribbean Court? Because yes, I know that going to the Privy Council is very, very challenging, and I think that the Caribbean Court would be more accessible and more affordable for people who find themselves in situations. So that is an issue that definitely we need to talk about, and we need to find out why it is that they have gone completely silent on this matter of Jamaica becoming a republic. We need to talk about that.
Yes, indeed. There are so many issues for us to talk about and get the people involved in these affairs, because these are things, as you say, that we want, whatever changes are made, we want the changes to be qualitative. We don't just want, apparently there are some of our leaders who don't want to make these changes. They want to continue with the system, right? But we want changes, and I know that there are lots of people who want changes, because I remember that when that discussion was going on, there were people who had other points, raised several points.
Yes, yes, absolutely. Because I remember being at a radio program myself, and we were talking about the committee that was established to bring about republic, and we were talking about the individual members of that committee. And I remember that the minister, right, had said in Parliament that in order to get certain things done, she was prepared to violate constitutional rights in order to get, government issues done. And I believe that how can you have a minister that makes a statement like that and be the one in charge of the transition from being independent to being a republic? And here it is that we have an election, and this minister is no longer a minister either, right? She's no longer the minister there. So, so those are some of the indications.
The government has abandoned that ministry. Yes.
Oh boy, I tell you, we have some serious issues that are affecting us, man. Very, very serious issues.
Well, thanks very much for your time this evening, Lloyd, and we have to continue to explore these issues, because as you mentioned, these are issues affecting the lives of the people. Thank you very much this evening.
Absolutely, and thank you very much, Desmond, for having me on, and all the best to you.
Okay, Lloyd. That was journalist Lloyd Dagelar there. We were talking about some issues facing the people. This is Rebel Radio. Let us take a break.
It's the Everybody Sale at New Budget Supplies. Do-it-yourself professionals and contractors. This is the sale for you. Lumber, steel, dress and form ply, water tanks, pumps, PVC pipes and fittings, toilets, bathtubs, vanities and basins, windows, paint, doors, floor and wall tiles, thin sets and grout. Up to 20% off selected items. 195 Hagleyburg Road. Telephone 923-4560. New Budget Supplies. Always the best prices.
Tools, Hardware and Supplies is turning up the heat this summer with your super saving summer sale. Prices are slashed on everything you need to fix up your home. Beautiful tiles, sleek doors, top quality windows, modern sanitary ware, exclusive flooring and more. At Tools, Hardware and Supplies, we have you covered for the summer.
So come visit us at 279 Spanish Town Road, 4 South Camp Road, 8 Red Hills Road,
or online at toolsja.com.
Tools!
The Lion King of Hardware.
Okay, welcome back to Rebel Radio. And we're going over into Manchester now to find out what is happening to the people down there. Hello, Councillor Robinson, how are you?
Hey, how you doing, Mr. Richards? How you doing? I'm here. It's very windy, very hot in this section of the island. As you know, I'm also an educator.
Yes.
And we had to scale down the activities in terms of outdoor for our children. We encourage them to be hydrated and we encourage them to stay out of the sun as much as possible. With the Saharan dust alert and with what is happening with the El Nino factor. So that's what is happening on the school campus right now. As it relates to the Alligator Pond Division, the water crisis has risen another level, with NWC being down for almost a month, and we have no rainfall. It is really a worrying state for our people, knowing that from the parish council level, we would have written letters directly to the powers that be to give us some more funding so we can truck water to the people. And up to this date, over a month, we haven't received any correspondence to that effect. So we are under a lot of pressure. You know how important water is.
Yes, sir.
And if we are unable to provide this commodity, you can sense the frustration that will be on the ground for the people in the various districts. So even those who would have the NWC connection, with that system being down, saying that they're having issues with pump, it is compounded in the areas without the NWC connections. Some of those areas we would have tried to remedy with putting up black drums or steel drums so that residents can have access to water. But those are all empty now. Those are all empty, and when we call for support, we're not getting it.
Oh my, that's a crisis there, Councillor. And the weather people announced that we are going into the dry season. This morning I heard the weather broadcaster telling us that it is possible that we might have drought up until January next year. Yes. Yes, we will get some rain, but only that we will not be getting the showers that we are accustomed to during the year. And you are now telling us that the people in Alligator Pond are without water, and it is now in June.
It is really bad, because when they look and not see that truck, at least they'd want to have a 200-gallon drum to see how much they can stretch that to their convenience. Right now, to be buying water, it's costing an arm and a leg. Up to last night, residents were saying, Councillor, we're out of funding, because with the type of weather, especially those who are in farming and fishing, those industries are on a down low as well. So the farming industry is being affected with the lack of water supply, and the fishing sector is down with the windy conditions that we are having. So to be balancing, it is really hard for our residents. Let me hope that the minister in charge of water will respond to the parish council, so that from our end, we can actually do some trucking of water to the people in the Alligator Pond Division. Mark you, Mr. Richards, we are at the start of the hurricane season, June 1.
Yes.
And it is really appalling to know that a lot of residents haven't received any form of compensation in terms of the damage they sustained during Hurricane Melissa. And I can even go further to say some who were affected in Beryl, they haven't gotten any form of support. And it begs me to ask what is happening from the higher level. Why is it not reaching the people on the ground who are most affected or most vulnerable among us who they basically can't find the withdrawal to purchase the roofing material to get the place back to a comfortable and safe level.
But tell me something now, Councillor. You know that the government announced this roof program. Now in Alligator Pond, are you saying that people who are registered, whose houses were damaged, they have still not received any of the benefit under the roof program?
Yes, Mr. Richards, that's really bad. The last report we got from the Ministry of Labor and Social Security, they were saying 4,000 persons were assessed. But based on their report, only 700 at the time would have received a message or a QR code to say they are getting some benefits. It is sad in how they are treating with it as well, because when we ask the question, who are the persons who would really get help? Will it be all 4,000 persons who you would have seen that they would have affected roof damage or flooding? The answer we get, they must be qualified for at least the minimum, which is $75,000. What is going to happen to those who are not in that minimum qualification? Who are going to help those persons? How are we going to help those, especially those who are not even employed, to say they will work and bounce back and go again? How are we positioned to help those persons? There's an area that in my division, they were flooded out, they were marooned for about 3 to 4 days as a result of Hurricane Melissa. And up to now, there is nothing on record for those flood victims to get some form of compensation, to recover damaged furniture, to recover appliances. There is nothing for them. And I am the one that they are calling to say, Councillor, nobody is responding to us. It is a heavy burden, because when
you speak to the Ministry of Labour, what the Ministry of Labour is telling you?
They are saying they're focusing on the roofs program right now. So if it is not roof, how are those persons going to get help? And it is a fact that they were flooded out, losing mattresses and other household items. It is bad that the country would have received so much resources and monies to help the people who were affected. And we are talking about months after, and some persons are still out there grappling with where the help will come from. The blue tarpaulins are still there. Some persons are trying to be comfortable and makeshift beds because they can't come up with the funding to replace what was lost.
Whoa, this is unbelievable, Councillor. Really, really, really terrible. And based on what you said, the response you got from the Ministry of Labour is it suggests that people are going to be left out. That's what you are saying.
And that is really bad. Remember, in that number that we got, some persons, maybe they were not home for the assessment to be done, and then they had a deadline to say all assessment should be done by a certain time.
Yeah.
Those persons are also left to fend for themselves if they would have missed out on a visit or someone being there to assess the damages. Would we expect people to sit down and have an open roof? Some people will borrow the money to just make sure that they protect themselves and what is inside their household. So it's now to recover to recover that from the powers that be, and they are not recovering. I know that you aware of the scallion blood that we would have experienced in the New Forest of House area in the past month or so. That was also in the social media space when the Member of Parliament and myself highlighted the plight of the farmers. And a few days after, we saw the ministry representatives down, headed by the minister himself, to say they will take £600,000 to help to alleviate the pain of these farmers. And up to this point, they have held up to their side of the bargain. They would have taken maybe 50% of what they said they will take through a private company. And I got a call last week to say from March 26 up to 3 to 4 weeks after, some of the farmers, maybe 80% of them haven't received a single dollar after handing over their scallion to this private company. So there are so many things happening which we are hoping that we will get some answers to, and the people in the Alligator Pond Division can actually get back to some normalcy in terms of farming, fishing, their way of life, and water back in the taps, or access to regular and potable water.
Yes, sir. Yes. Councillor, how is garbage collection in your division? Because I saw a report that there was some issues with garbage collection in Manchester.
Oh gosh, that one needs a refix, a reset, because we remember back in the days you could put your garbage out on a Wednesday and you know that it will be picked up. Nowadays it is not so. And then there are so many mini dumps in the area because the garbage collection has gotten so irregular. So people, I don't support it. I encourage them to try and containerize their garbage properly and get it to the dump site. But what do you expect some of these people to do when the garbage is sitting there for weeks uncollected? Then there are some areas where they are saying that the truck can't access some of these areas, hence they haven't been in those districts. But we are talking about taxpayers. The SPM team, they must find a way to meet the people halfway. They would have moved away from skip, because when we asked about getting skip so that people could bring their garbage to the skip and then they will take it from there, they are saying to us that they are moving away from the skips and they need more units. It is not on the people. The taxpayers, they deserve to be treated based on how they are paying the taxes for services. The garbage team, they are providing a service. So I cannot take excuse from them to say that they don't have enough trucks. That is not on the people. That is on the powers that be to make sure that everything is in place to meet the needs. We have more people, more business places, hence we have more garbage. So if you used to do once a week, you have to double up to twice a week or even 3 times to make sure that the garbage situation is remedied. It is not looking good in their corner. And a lot of persons, we need to have them tune into a public education session to let them know that garbage collection is not the prerogative. It is not in the jurisdiction of councillors to take care of garbage collection. We can lobby, we can advocate, we can call for them to come and pick up. But it is a private company that was contracted by the government to do this type of collection. And hence the pressure is on the councillors, which is unfair because it is not in our jurisdiction.
Really, councillor. Yeah, sounds as if there are lots of issues, unresolved issues in Alligator Pond. Yes. And as you mentioned, victims of Hurricane Beryl have still not received benefit. And that is to say that there are many victims of both Beryl and Melissa in Alligator Pond who are still awaiting assistance. And you can't tell them when, because you have not received any positive word from the Ministry of Labour and Social Security on that issue at all. Yes. Then there's the water
And when
issue.
you look at it, Mr. Richards, just a minute before you go to the water issue. When you look at it though, they select hardware is like 16 miles away, 20 kilometers away from a victim. I remember a lady called to say she have to go to Mandeville, at a hardware in Mandeville, leaving South Manchester to go to a hardware in central Manchester. It needs to be sorted out better.
Yes. Well, that is additional cost, transportation cost to go to hardware to collect zinc and nail and building material for her. That is additional cost. So do you know of any? Have they selected any hardware in your division to take care of those issues? Do you know?
Up to this point, I cannot speak to that because, as I said, the last person called to say she qualified for 75,000, and the truckman is charging her 20. Between 20 and 25,000. So how much material will she get?
Yes, that is a problem also. That is a problem. No. Well, I think you should take these issues to the council, though. Have you done that? I mean, and let the council, speak about it.
Well, we would have discussed these issues at length, and even the water issue at our last meeting, local board of health, we would have mentioned how important it is for our people to have access to potable water, and we have gone over a week since that, and we haven't heard anything else to say whether or not we will be getting some allocation to truck water to our people. When you give a councillor 2 or 3 loads per month, how much you can do with that? Especially in a crisis that run out in a week or 2. So we need to be steadfast in how we approach these things. We're talking about a crisis. We're not talking about you're doing somebody a favor. The people need water. The people need water, and we who are in leadership, we have to do what is necessary to get water to the people.
Yes, Councillor, I agree with you. Yes. What else happening in Alligator Pond?
Well, the another cry would be the road situation. And when I spoke to the member of parliament, he would say to me that several calls, several emails and correspondence to the minister in charge wouldn't have given any positive news as to when they will do some NWA road work. So that is another issue. So when you think that, all right, the water was a bad situation, the roads are even worse. You know, people have to be traversing each day. So in the taxis, they are talking about the road, and the taxi men and other motorists are complaining about getting the front end parts so regular. So that's another call. That's another call for NWA to get some money from the minister in charge so that they can do some work. Because I would have corresponded with NWA as well, and they are saying, Councillor, we don't get any money. We have families and we come to Alligator Pond proper to enjoy fish and the seascape. And they have to be driving on the road as well. So they are familiar with it, but it is not treated with any urgency. The road from Gutters to Alligator Pond, that needs proper resurfacing. The road from Down Square to where the ball field is, the football field is, that one, I just hope that swinging out of these potholes don't cause another accident. That there was a serious accident on the main road from Alligator Pond to Gutters. The biker, a carman swinging out of the pothole, and he's in serious condition in the hospital now. And the main cause would be the road condition. Let us not wait until it's tragic to get these things sorted out. Then there's the Duff House Road from New Forest to Duff House there. That road again needs proper fix. We go up to Resource, to Cross Keys, restore the road there right up to Cross Keys Square. So there are so many of these roads in the South Manchester space that needs to be sorted out. And we are saying to NWA and the minister and government of the day, let us start some work on these roads in the Alligator Pond division in South Manchester.
Yes. Boy, it's really tough. Really tough. And I should ask you this: at the school, I would imagine the water problem affected the community, also affected the children.
We were close to closure. We were close to closure on Monday because no water was there. I had to make a call to NWC, and for this I can say they responded sending a truck over. But it's costing the school so much for water to keep the doors open. Without water, we can't function as a school body. So it is almost a month, as I said, and NWC need to step up their pace in fixing whatever pump issues they're having. And once NWC is up, the pressure will be off a little bit because those who are on the connection will get some water. But just imagine no water source in the area right now. That is scary.
Yes. Very bad news over there in Alligator Pond Council. Yes. And as you said that the municipalities are aware of this situation. Municipality has no funds to,
right.
And therefore you're appealing to central government. Well, I hope the Ministry of Local Government is listening. And I would imagine that the municipality has appealed to the local government ministry to assist with the water problem in Alligator Pond. Well, let us hope that things will change right? We hope you get some. We'll get some rain. Yes, this month we hope so. That will bring the people some water. Yes. I want to thank you this evening very much for your time, sir. And well, I can only hope that things will change and that the people can get some water and all the other issues affecting the people in Alligator Pond. Thank you, Councillor Robinson.
You're welcome, sir. Have a good one.
Yes, thank you very much. Yes, that was Councillor T.J. Robinson there of the Alligator Pond Division. And you heard all the issues affecting the people in Alligator Pond. Yes, that is something that we at Rebel Radio are concerned about those issues because they impact the life of the people. But as we say on this program, that the life of the rural people is always neglected. Always neglected. And I know that there are other people around the country who are having similar problems. I know that. Let us take a break. This is Rebel Radio.
It's the Everybody Sale at New Budget Supplies. Do-it-yourself professionals and contractors. This is the sale for you. Lumber, steel, dress and form ply, water tanks, pumps, PVC pipes and fittings, toilets, bathtubs, vanities and basins, windows, paint, doors, floor and wall tiles, thin sets and grout. Up to 20% off selected items. 195 Hagleyburg Road. Telephone 923-4560. New Budget Supplies. Always the best prices.
Tools, hardware, and supplies is turning up the heat this summer with their super saving summer sale. Prices are slashed on everything you need to fix up your home. Beautiful tiles, sleek doors, top quality windows, modern sanitary ware, exclusive flooring, and more. At Tools, hardware, and supplies, we have you covered for the summer.
So come visit us at 279 Spanish Town Road, 4 South Camp Road, 8 Red Hills Road,
or online at toolsja.com.
Tools!
The Lion King of Hardware.
Welcome to Caribbean Business Review, where insight meets impact. We bring you economic and financial updates, sharp statistical breakdowns, and data-driven insights on the forces shaping the region. Smart analysis, bold ideas, real Caribbean intelligence. This is CBR.
Okay, welcome to episode 20 of season 3 of the Caribbean Business Review. I'm Joseph Cock.
And I am Sherian Farquharson. Thank you for your continued support across MKR Radio and our digital platforms. Please be advised that a new edition of the Caribbean Financial Dispatch is now available. Readers can follow the dispatch at caribbeanfinancialdispatch.substack.com. In this week's program, our special guest is Gordon Foote, founder of Be Smart Consulting Limited and former country general manager at IBM Jamaica, where we interrogate the obstacles preventing many Caribbean businesses and governments from fully embracing digital technologies. The discussion explores how global supply chain disruptions, semiconductor shortages, procurement challenges, and price volatility continue to affect technology investments across the region, and what organizations must do to compete in an increasingly digital economy. And in today's CBR briefing, fraud, trust, and the Caribbean economy, we examine how fraud constrains Caribbean economic growth and development, not only through direct financial losses, but by eroding trust. increasing participation friction and reducing the economy's ability to convert activity into retained value.
But before we proceed, there is one development that deserves some attention, and that's the proposed acquisition of CIBC Caribbean by Butterfield Bank, which is far more than about a banking transaction. It may actually represent the continuation of a much larger structural shift across the Caribbean financial system. Now, for decades, Canadian banks such as Scotiabank, RBC, and CIBC form part of the institutional backbone of banking across the English-speaking Caribbean. But beginning around 2018, these institutions increasingly began repositioning away from several smaller Caribbean markets while expanding into larger Latin American economies such as Mexico, Chile, Peru, and DAMREP. And the reason is important. Modern banking increasingly rewards scale, growth, and diversification while penalizing fragmentation and rising compliance costs. Many Caribbean economies combine relatively small markets with elevated regulatory, cybersecurity, and climate-related risks. As a result, the cost of maintaining international banking operations has risen faster than the growth potential of several smaller jurisdictions. In effect, the fixed cost of compliance has risen faster than the growth potential of many small island markets. And this is why this issue of de-risking becomes so serious for the region. The challenge was never simply liquidity. The deeper challenge has been maintaining trusted access to the global financial system itself. What may now be emerging is a new Caribbean banking order, one characterized by fewer institutions, larger regional banking platforms, and heavier operational consolidation. So the real story today is that not the Caribbean banks live in the Caribbean, it's that global finance is increasingly repricing the viability of small-scale banking models altogether. Now, Sharon, with that in mind, let's turn to the key developments shaping the regional and global economy this hour in Market Watch and Global Pulse. Coming up in the Market Watch, inflation moderates in April in Trinidad. The OJ warns on inflation and growth risks, and Cayman tourism sets new April record. Then in Global Pulse, S&P warns oil prices could hit $200. UK energy bills to jump 13%, and Canadian insolvencies reach post-2009 high. All that and more this hour on Market Watch and Global Pulse. Coming up next is the CBR Briefing. This is your CBR Briefing. Now, fraud is usually measured through money lost, schemes uncovered, arrests made, and assets recovered. Those indicators remain important. Yet one of the more uncomfortable questions facing the Caribbean today is whether the largest economic cost of fraud extends beyond the directed financial losses and into something far broader, trust itself. The region now faces a widening spectrum of financial and cyber-related misconduct. These include investment and Ponzi schemes, phishing attacks, identity theft, romance scams, business email compromise, advance fee fraud or so-called lotto scamming, procurement fraud, and cyber extortion, among many others. Modern economies do not operate solely through capital, infrastructure, and technology. They also operate through confidence. Confidence that transactions are legitimate, institutions are credible, and participation can occur without excessive risk or friction. When that confidence weakens, economic behavior begins to change. Consumers become more cautious, businesses increase verification requirements, institutions strengthen the controls and compliance procedures. Now, individually, these responses are rational and often necessary. Collectively, however, they can gradually increase friction throughout the economy. This distinction matters because fraud does not always produce immediate economic contraction. Under certain circumstances, large-scale financial misconduct can temporarily create the appearance of economic expansion. Jamaica's historical experience with investment schemes provides an important example. Estimates suggest that aggregate exposure associated with major Ponzi schemes may have reached between 18 and 24% of GDP during peak periods. The liquidity generated through those structures circulated widely throughout the economy. Consumption increased, construction activity expanded, and asset prices appreciated. Economic activity became highly visible. However, temporary liquidity and sustainable development are not the same thing. If fraud distorts capital allocation and creates misleading economic signals, then the cost extends beyond eventual losses. It may also include investment misallocated, behavior distorted, and confidence weakened after the collapse. Trust also influences how Caribbean economies interact with the wider financial system. This exemplifies how an economy can expand access to financial services without necessarily increasing participation. Across the region, financial institutions continue operating with an increasingly compliance-intensive environment shaped by enhanced due diligence requirements, correspondent banking pressures, and more stringent verification standards. Now, while these developments reflect multiple factors, including global regulation and risk management practices, the practical effect has often been a rising cost of participation. Individuals and businesses may technically retain access to financial services, yet increasingly face extensive documentation, verification, and compliance requirements. Participation remains available, but becomes progressively more conditional. In that sense, one of the less visible consequences of trust erosion may be a form of functional financial exclusion, where access exists on paper, but increasingly becomes difficult to use in practice. This brings us to the broader development question. The Caribbean challenge may increasingly not be attracting capital, visitors, or transactions alone. It may be converting them into retained economic value. Trust matters because trust lowers friction, reduces verification costs, and expands participation. Economies with stronger trust infrastructure are often better positioned to convert opportunity into growth and growth into development. The greatest economic cost of fraud may therefore not be the money stolen, it may be the trust withdrawn, the participation discouraged, and the development never fully realized. And that is CDR Briefing. This is your market brief. The Bank of Jamaica has warned that inflation could rise above its target range in Q3, while growth is projected to contract by 1 to 2% before recovering over the medium term. Jamaica also secured $200 million in catastrophe insurance coverage through a new World Bank-backed bond. In the Bahamas, the government is projecting a fiscal surplus of $223 million, while economic output is expected to reach a record level. In the Cayman Islands, first quarter revenue increased 13% to $624.9 million, generating a surplus of $328 million, while April stay-over arrivals reached a record 47,884 visitors. Guyana will launch its faster real-time payments platform and integrate with India's UPI system, while private sector credit expanded 20.4%. Regional banking consolidation also accelerated as Butterfield agreed to acquire CIBC Caribbean in a $1.8 billion transaction. Elsewhere, Trinidad and Tobago's inflation eased to 0.4% in April. Antigua and Barbuda reported that its CBI program has generated more than $2 billion UEC since 2013 and now contributes over 10% of GDP. The country expects more than 500,000 stay-over visitors and 1 million cruise passengers in 2026. Finally, Haiti secured an extension of its IMF staff monitored program through June 2027. Now that's a market brief on the Caribbean Business Review. For more, look for us on YouTube and Spotify.
In a world of constant change, insight is your greatest asset. At Joseph Cox & Associates, we empower innovation across the Caribbean. Whatever your challenge, we can help. We're proudly customer-centric, offering bespoke solutions tailored to every partner. From innovation and digital transformation to leadership and policy, our services are designed to deliver lasting impact. We partner with leaders across sectors, from finance and government to energy, tech, and infrastructure, helping them navigate complexity with confidence. Our work is grounded in collaboration. We connect regional leaders through powerful networks, driving change through joint research. Discover more at josephcox.org. Joseph Cox and Associates. Insight, experience, impact.
Ahead on the Caribbean Business Review, our conversation with Gordon Foote, founder of Be Smart Consulting Limited and former country general manager at IBM Jamaica, where we discuss the digital ambition gap in the Caribbean.
Digital transformation you called today was called digitization yesterday. But we were already there, many of us. You have your email, you do your online banking, you do your moving some of your offerings, your services that you give or you take to online. So that's digitization. Companies, I won't say who, part of their digitalization strategy was let's amplify everything. And I'm like, okay, but where is the business process, the business service, the business outcome that you're trying to impact? That is what you need to focus on.
Okay, welcome back to the Caribbean Business Review. My name is Joseph Cox. And this week, our very special guest is Gordon Foote. And Gordon is the founder of, and I need to get it right, Be Smart Consulting Limited. I love the name Gordon. And Gordon, of course, who for many years many years ago, was a former country manager at IBM in Jamaica. So Gordon, welcome to the program.
Thank you, Joseph. Glad to be here.
Yes. Yeah, man, sure. It's my pleasure. My pleasure. You know, Gordon, one of the things that I wanted to have a conversation with you about is what I am calling the digital ambition gap. And I want to tell you within the context, what is the context of what I'm saying. I'm looking at a scenario now whereby the countries right across this region looking to effect digital transformation, at a pace. The problem, however, that they're facing is, one of the problems they're facing is that in this uncertain time, the cost of the inputs and therefore the cost of the equipment is jumping, I would say, exponentially. I don't want to overstate it, but I know that it has been going up considerably. No, the question is simply this: in this sort of environment, right? And this is a trend I noticed that started from COVID, from the pandemic. And it's just that it has escalated significantly since. But are we really looking at, are my assertions correct, one? And two, are we looking at what I would call a temporary price increase in technology? Or does it represent basically a structural shift in the economics of digital transformation?
Oh boy, I don't know if I have enough time to answer. But I have been bestowed with, I think, with a couple knowledge in a couple areas that will help to answer that question. With my years of experience, understanding of logistics and supply chain, impacts on our imports versus exports. We are a services region.
Right.
I don't want to say we don't make anything, but we don't make anything. We are net users of technology. And we, like the rest of the world, are going after the technology that's out there. So we use what others create. And that creation, I can speak to because of my life at IBM, has, gone full circle from servers to independent base, like a computer on your desk, but solutions that go back online. And these solutions, in today's technology world, they call it AI. So we're going back to the cloud, as you would call it in the past. You started using the cloud before you knew it. But today it's about AI. Give me more in my response, give me it faster, analyze more information. The basics of technology has not changed. You need power, you need semiconductors, you need memory, you need... The structure of a computer has not changed. But the demands of the computer, of what it's putting out, has changed. And so as data centers, the old world, are spinning up to be able to provide that power, there are new ways of implementation. But the net of it is that new AI philosophy, innovation using online is driving greater needs of a lot of the baseline technology things that build out your small computer on your desk as well as build out the major thing. And so demand and supply, you get what's left on the low end. Not really, but you get what's left. And the greater demand is in fewer players who are trying to provide that power. So you hear people talk about, can I provide enough power to support the AI expansion in this way? It's just a word, a term. It's a term. Yesterday it was something else, and last year it was something else. But it's called AI today, and believe you me, it will be called something else as we go forward. So we talk about agents now, AI agents, and the whole terminology of describing what you're doing, which still has to be under an infrastructural change, not a cyclical change of how you do your business, but an infrastructural change to provide the capabilities that you want. Demand and supply is causing that pricing to go up. And so when you have to make a decision for how you apply your technology, you're really looking to see how do you get your services from online. And so your models will vary between an online version versus what they used to call on-prem, on your desk model. Where do the services come from? And there's a whole heap of stacking in there. So I know I answered more than you asked, but I just wanted to put into perspective.
No, but you see, hold on. But you see, here's the issue that we face now in terms of what is going on. You're quite right, because we are at, as far as I'm concerned, the end of the supply chain. Our small island developing states are not prioritized in terms of technology, or frankly speaking, anything else that you're bringing from overseas. And that's is a given. But the fact of life is that with, for example, the scarcity of chips, that is obviously affecting the market now, and that frankly speaking is traced right back to the conflict that is obtaining right now in the Middle East. Those are given. But what I'm looking at is that at the same time, frankly speaking, Gordon, if you have a server, if you're running a company, and your servers need to be, they're basically at end of life and you need to change them out, you don't have the luxury of time. Because if you don't change them out, then you're running all sorts of security risks and absolute collapse, etc., etc., etc. Now, within that continuum, because that's why I really wanted you on this program this week, because from that continuum, you are involved in it, you have been involved in the market from both sides of the spectrum. And I therefore wonder, how do you cope with that sort of dynamic? How do you actually function?
Well, so the dependence on technology for keeping your business alive is just like any key factor. You have to keep up, you have to make sure you can get support, you have to make sure you are current, so that will always impact your business cycle of updates. And that is what drives, whether private sector or public sector, drives your demand, your desire to remove risk from your business by making sure you're on the latest versions of software, online services, and if you're bringing it to your machine, if your power blows, where can I get a replacement power module? That's what it comes down to, because nobody is making it anymore. Vendors are trying to keep up with the current demand to grow their type of business, making devices for computers. And so you're not going to get the old stuff. So you always have to be current as can be with your technology. And so therefore it drives this need to be always making a decision. Do I own all of the responsibility for keeping my technology running, or do I outsource it to a third party or online to keep my business? That's always really about the business and viability, volatility of your business.
Right. But then, yeah, sure. But the truth of it is that when I look at a company, right, and so for example, you're bidding for a project. So you're a vendor and you're bidding, public sector, private sector, it doesn't really matter. You're bidding for a project. Now, the rudiments of procurement would be suggesting that, of course, you put in the tender, saying that you can supply the equipment with the specifications that have been indicated. But there is also parts of it that say that how long is your bid valid for? Your bid validity clauses.
Right.
No, the reality of life, we know that, for example, the average procurement system, going through this mechanisms, right? Half the time, it can run you 6 weeks, it can run you 4, 5, 6 months, right?
Yes.
But in a dynamic where the prices are moving exponentially, what are the real options that you face? And of course, how does that translate into end user prices then, so to speak? Because remember that we're not just talking about, it's not just computers, so to speak, but it also impact phones, it impacts all the things that, modern things that chips and stuff go into. So how you function?
So, keeping yourself out of trouble. Bills are generally sent out to purchase, to give best value.
Right.
Purchase. And best value sometimes mean lowest cost, because 80% of the decision is on cost. So I don't care who you are or what you do, if you don't get the maximum points for costs, you are going to be in a spot. Things have changed depending on the year, but the government will always end up in a position, if in a negative position, with perspective, if they're not getting more for less. And so it boils down to your final bid price. How do you compare against the next person, despite all of the requirements? So who takes the risk? Local currency or foreign currency? If you are in a highly volatile environment and you ask the responder to take the risk, he's going to say, well, the dollar is $100 today, but I expect a 9-month thing, so I expect the dollar to be 150, so I'm going to price you at a Jamaican price of 150. And the vendor is not going to position himself to be on the wrong side. He must protect himself. If, however, and which is how governments budget, they have local currency, they run a local country, that's their currency. If they bid US, then internally, the government has to manage what is the expectation of the bid in terms of US and local currency to be able to make sure that they are aligning their budgets with the spend that they need to do. So the volatility is on who takes the risk for the exchange rate fluctuation in terms of the bidding response. And then the budget, the expense, comes down to, what was the decision of the buyer, the government or a private sector company? They do it as well for where they want to leave the risk. If you have few bones and many dogs, everybody wants to cut the lowest price. So vendors put themselves at risk sometimes in anticipation of winning a bid. Doesn't all go well for the buyer, but yeah. And if you have
I'm hearing you, but I push back at you because I need to really get down into the nub of it. Because where this is concerned, it strikes me that yes, the foreign exchange risk is one aspect of it.
Yes.
That's a given. But right now, what we are faced with is far more than a foreign exchange risk. Because we're talking about the actual component prices, and these are global prices.
Yes.
But they're jumping, and then when you start to add like our shipping and other costs, attendant costs to these things, it pushes up the prices even further. Right. The reality, though, is that fine, the exchange rate risk or the foreign exchange risk is one aspect of it. But from the other standpoint, you say people go, and we all know this, people try to go for the least cost providers, right?
Yes.
But honestly, even if you're the least cost provider today, the truth of it is by probably 2 weeks' time, the pricing dynamic has changed, and there is no way you can provide it at that thing. Now, the question is, as a supplier, what do you do? Do you ask for a variation? Do you renege on the contract award or on the contract? How do you do? And from the user standpoint, nobody has an infinite budget. So when you have the variations that wide, how do you cope? That's the nub of it for me.
Okay. So each person looks at it differently, and the purchaser can decide that's your problem, or they can structure the bid and they allow you a fluctuation of up to 10% or whatever the percentage is in your pricing if you are selected. Right. On the other side, as a vendor, you really have to draw your finance folks into it, not just your marketing people, and say what is not going to run us out of business. And so that dilemma of local, any country by the way, local currency versus US currency and the volatility of the US dollar. I don't know how else to say it. You can't talk around it. It's out there and somebody has to take the risk. And when you take it aside and put it in a corner now and say, okay, it is not the risk. The risk is what is the methodology that we're going to move with our solution choice. Do we go with an OPEX, pay for it over time, or do we go with an upfront pricing? Is part of what they also need to get their hands around. Assuming the bid asks for, give me some equipment, then it's a black and white basically. Is it local currency or is it foreign currency? Somebody ends up being impacted.
No, but I'm just wondering, because I know in some Caribbean islands, to be honest with you, when you look at things like even telephone, mobile phones, there are situations, not going to call in the names obviously, but there are situations where the old end of service equipment, the suppliers sometimes are not providing any further software support. Right. Those are being packaged and sold as brand new in some of the markets. Yes. Now the question is simply this, that because as I said to you, people don't have infinite budgets. But the truth of it is that how at risk would we be in terms of one, because if you agreed to tell me something at $10 per unit, and by the time the thing is delivered, the price gone to $25, that is a budgetary issue, and therefore I might not be able to afford it. Or two, even if you had the inventory, you have to look at your replacement cost. So what then happens? Because the fact of life is that I don't want to say this would be akin to force majeure, because it is not. It's one of these kinds of hyper volatile markets that I really am curious as to how people function in it. Because everybody can't win. That's the reality.
Well, the only win is with your eyes open, and so therefore how you bid, I'm not going to say I have the answer, but it's how you bid. Don't give me a bid that asks for a 6-week decision and push it out to 6 months, because I'm going to price you with a 6-month pricing window, after which my price is no longer valid. And you have to come to me anyway to ask for a price extension. And then at that time, I haven't won, I haven't lost, I'll say I'm no longer able to provide those prices. The price I can now give you is the new price. And then you in your process have to decide whether you can take it or not. So somebody needs to draw the line on validity, acceptance, and whether the government that takes the procurement risk on the US. The fact is they still have to go to market to buy the US.
Right. So.
And so their budget that may have been allocated for the project in the local currency would have been blown.
Nice.
So there are other ways, but I don't want to get into the mix of and match of how vendors may seek to position themselves.
No, but wouldn't that be helpful?
It would be helpful. I'll send you something today if you make a decision in 6 weeks. And as part of it is, if you change it out in the next year, I'll give you back a credit of X amount to buy the new equipment. So I am selling you equipment today with constant upgrades that may create some other problems that says, oh, you're giving me a 5-year contract, but I don't know what my future price will be. So it could really get complicated. I don't want to, overcomplicate your audience, but there are ways in that contracting to buy today with an anticipated change out of equipment. I take back old equipment, sell you new equipment at a new price to keep you current so you can run your business and do what I can to protect the recovery and not dumping of stuff that you've bought. So you keep rolling the asset purchase.
No, I understand. I mean, what came in my mind, to be honest with you, is that at the first instance, what you might end up with is a whole lot of contract splintering. Because people, if you try and hedge using that mechanism, I would think that you would have situations where there is a quality risk that people would face, because it could be that some persons, particularly if they're not have the highest scruples, try to offload some of the older equipment on you under the guise of it to say they're going within price. And of course, you do have, to my mind, the real issue of just what I call the development lag. Because honestly, with a lot of what we're doing now, I mean, and I use a simple example, God. right across this region, a number of countries are re-looking, I should say, at the payment systems, the national payment systems. Now, it might sound fancy in one respect, but truthfully what it is really bringing us into the modern world. Eh? We're looking at electronic commerce and some of the controls and mechanisms associated with that. Now, if you start to run into serious cost delays, it's not just a matter of, you're not being able to buy this computer, this server today, or you have to defer the purchase of your mobile phone. This has have a far more serious developmental impact, because then your country's development, its growth and development, becomes that more subordinated to the larger countries, because you just don't have the wherewithal to drive it. That's, to me, the risk.
Yes, I agree with you 100%, and it's how you manage that risk, how adaptable you make your plan for how you strategically want to move forward. And yes, you have to make some forward decisions from today, because I don't want to get myself in trouble. You said it first. You know, in somebody's budget, we are a decimal point correction.
Of course.
So it's nothing more than, let's get rid of those guys. It was important then, it's no longer that important. And now you are stuck with no support, no next action, no strategic continuity. And so every decision today should also have a forward-looking strategic connection on what do we do next. And the easiest answer isn't let's just go online, because you get caught between many layers of people. Go through me, who, by the way, that person is going through somebody else, who's going through somebody else, all the way up to the top. Right? Yeah. Because there are specializations along the way.
Absolutely. No, and this to me is one of the challenges, and I suppose this predates the current challenges for me, and it's simply this, that we have been in this region in varying degrees of intensity, been speaking about digital transformation for easily the last 20 years. Easy, right? I am just wondering though, what has been, I mean, you've been exposed to all sorts of markets. What are some of the effective challenges that we're really facing? Why hasn't there been greater acceptance of this as your true imperative, rather than something that feels like, it's nice to have, but, with the but being the operative?
Yes, we may get in trouble, Understanding and executive support are saying it of what needs to be done to move forward. Digital transformation you called today was called digitization yesterday. But we were already there, many of us. You have your email, you do your online banking, you do your moving some of your offerings, your services that you give or you take to online. So that's digitization. Companies, I won't say who, part of their digitalization strategy was let's amplify everything. And I'm like, okay, well, where is the business process, the business service, the business outcome that you're trying to impact? That is what you need to focus on. And then you say, okay, how can I apply the current, verbiage, digital transformation and innovation and, data, whatever you want to call it. How can you then apply that to make your process, your business achieve a new outcome of a new service or make you operate better? And so it starts at the top, and I've had one or two discussions, I can say it. Boy, that's for the IT people to bring to me. And I'm like, no, it's your business, but it's a cost. And no, you need to look at your business as a supply chain. So unlike earlier, you said we are at the end of the supply chain. We are a part of the supply chain. Wherever you start, in supply and manufacturing to distribute a product or service, we consume it. Right. And sometimes we extend the supply chain. Once you store something, you go to the supermarket and you buy goods, and you store it in your cupboard. You haven't taken the full value of the goods. You are a part of the supply chain, and that is in everything. So you are a part of the supply chain. When we talk about supply chain disruption, it includes you. how do you access the stuff that's available on the supply chain, that's receiving value that you are going to partake of?
No, I hear you know, but you see, it's still and that's fine. But you still need to look at how does one effectively treat with a number of these issues, whereby, yes, the things are becoming more expensive, things are less predictable. But as the persons in Jamaica would have learned in the aftermath of Hurricane Melissa, where apparently some of the financial institutions, their services are almost completely online. Right? Reality of life is that in the immediate aftermath of the hurricane, there is no power, there is no internet, there's not like that. So people were continuing to get their salaries, yes, the salaries went straight to the bank, but all it was is that they had pieces of paper that they were looking on because they couldn't turn on the computer screen and so on. So what I'm saying to you is that even at this stage, with all the high prices and all the market uncertainty, it still bothers me and baffles me why we have not moved apace in terms of effective transformation. Because for me, it's not a binary choice. It's not either you are fully computerized or you're not. Because that is foolishness. Because you're dealing with people, right? But I'm sorry, I have not seen any real evidence that we are moving with a kind of speed to really effect that kind of transformation. We talk a good game, but when it comes down to it, are we really serious?
Well, again, nobody's going to call me after this, but talk is cheap. Talk is cheap, and it's good that we do many things to help drive our focus. But sometimes outside of the view of the event of talking on a topic, like maybe even this one, are you reaching the right audience? You're talking about where you are with resilience and backup, and that don't matter to my guy down at the shop. He just needs to get what he needs to get. And so when you're talking about your readiness, you're in your small cocoon of group that's talking about this readiness because you all understand what that means. But you have to extend, that's why I said the supply chain is the full extended out to you in every service that anybody offers. Your pricing, you're running a business, you do economies, and you are impacted by the variances. If gas is going to go up, what do? How much control do you have over that? If it happens tomorrow morning, or one of our major retailers will show up and say, the price of my drinks or goods are going to go up by 15%, what do? You don't have control over their pricing. They have control over their pricing, but they must do some market analysis to say what will the market take. So if elasticity in people's spending is not there, maybe I need a smaller product so that I am still delivering some value in the market. But there is no one single answer because there's such a web of interconnectivity. And the guy that finds the way around that, power to him, but it's such a web of interconnectivity, it's hard for one person to lead and not just drive something that is built on momentum, but has sustainability too. And that's part of it.
Yeah, but I hear you on that. But I suppose last set of questions that I have for you as we bring this conversation to a close is simply this. It seems to me, based on what you're saying, God, now what we're really at the high risk of doing is having what I call a two-speed economy. One whereby I don't like to use this phrase, but I suppose the wealthier among us, the more well-resourced among us, that they will continue to avail themselves of the technology and move forward. And frankly speaking, for the vast majority, they're just going to get left behind because they don't have the wherewithal to do it. And in some cases, they don't have the requisite exposure to the technology to even recognize what exactly it can be used for and how it can really optimize your life.
Right. That is a very accurate statement. And so the hubs, for another want of a different word, those that provide and supply the services and the goods to those of us that need it, they really have the handle in what they pull together to supply. They made the decisions on how can technology or other levers impact what I produce to make available to my customers as output. Their level of understanding dictates how much of that technology gets inputted into the process. Please, Mr. Major Distributor, it's your company, but don't tell me, boy, that, we can't manage those things. Our technology group have to do it. And so there's a leadership knowledge transfer enhancement that needs to also take place, because they are the ones that are going to commit the organization's transformation. Leave out the digital. Organization's transformation to use new levers, digital being one of them, to be able to deliver new outcomes for their clients. And they generally, discussion I had 2019 with a very important person. There's one formula that has not changed. Profit equals sales minus cost.
It will never change.
It will never change. So whatever you're doing, how can I increase my profit? I can reduce my cost, or I can improve my sales. Or if I can improve my sales, how can I improve without increasing too much on the cost side? But then we get into too much formulas now, yes.
No, but it's a serious thing, Gordon. I mean, because the essence of a business is how to optimize your profit. That is what it is and will always be what it is. And that's why these conversations become even more critical as we go through. But I'm so sorry to say that we are out of time, so we have to leave it there for this week. But thank you so much, Gordon Foote. And Gordon is the founder of Be Smart Consulting Limited, and of course a veteran in the IT space, and therefore walking us through part of the transformation. So Gordon, thank you so much for your time.
Joseph, thanks for inviting me. And I guess my last word is there is no one exact right answer. You must look at the situation, you must continue to serve your customer, and you must continue being a going concern. Look for small things, look for big things to do your digital transformation, on how you engage your clients, on your manufacturing process, on how you serve your clients. It can be wrong. Everywhere doesn't need to be at the same level of transformation. Thank you again.
Yeah, indeed.
Welcome to Market Watch. I am Sharian Parkinson. We begin in Jamaica, where the Bank of Jamaica has warned that inflation could rise above its 4 to 6% target range during the June and September quarters, as higher global energy prices feed into fuel, electricity, and transportation costs. The bank maintained its policy rate at 5.5%, while projecting a 1 to 2% contraction in fiscal year 2025-26, before growth recovers to between 1 and 3% over the following 2 years. Gross international reserves remain strong at US $6.5 billion. In the capital markets, Jamaica secured $200 million in hurricane insurance coverage through a new World Bank catastrophe bond maturing in 2030. The transaction attracted 25 global investors and forms part of the country's disaster risk financing strategy. In the Bahamas, the government is projecting a fiscal surplus of $223.1 million for fiscal year 2026-27. Revenue is forecast at $4.4 billion, expenditure at $4.1 billion, and debt to GDP is expected to decline to 59.9%. Separately, the country's trade deficit with the United States narrowed sharply to US $91.7 million as exports surged nearly 50% year over year. In the Cayman Islands, first quarter government revenue rose 13% to US $624.9 million, generating a public sector surplus of US $328.1 million. Tourism also remained exceptionally strong, with April stayover arrivals reaching a record 47,884 visitors, while total visitor arrivals climbed 37% to 173,596. Canadian arrivals surged 69% amid expanded airlifts. Guyana continues its digital transformation agenda. The country will launch its FAST real-time payments platform on June 2 and integrate with India's unified payments interface. Meanwhile, Citibank, Crown Agents, and One American have received licenses to operate locally, while private sector credits expanded 20.4% in 2025. Barbados and Guyana also announced a landmark passport-free travel arrangement beginning July 1, allowing citizens to travel using national identification cards. In regional finance, Butterfield Bank agreed to acquire CIBC Caribbean in a US $1.8 billion transaction expected to close in 2027. The combined institution would hold approximately US $29 billion in assets, creating one of the largest independent banking groups serving Caribbean island economies. CIBC will retain a 22% stake in the merged entity, while Butterfield projects annual cost savings of roughly US $49 billion following integration. Elsewhere, St. Vincent and the Grenadines introduced a 90-day inflation relief package, including fuel tax reductions, electricity support measures, and freight cost adjustments, aimed at cushioning households from rising global energy prices. Trinidad and Tobago reported annual inflation of just 0.4% in April, down from 0.7% in March. In Antigua and Barbuda, the Citizenship by Investment program has generated more than $2 billion since 2013 and now contributes over 10% of GDP. Tourism remains the dominant sector, with the country expecting more than 500,000 stayover visitors and over 1 million cruise passengers this year. Finally, Haiti secured an extension of its IMF staff-monitored program through June 2027 after meeting all end-of-year targets in 2025. However, the country continues to face severe economic challenges, including an 8th consecutive year of economic contraction and more than 5.7 million people experiencing food insecurity. Turning to regional markets and currencies. Foreign exchange markets remain broadly stable across CARICOM, with most currencies holding their pegs or managed ranges against the US dollar. The Jamaican dollar trades at 158.44 Jamaican to 1 US, the Guyana dollar at 218, Trinidad $6.78, and Suriname at $37.46. The Haitian gourd traded at $131.05 to 1 US. In the markets, regional indices showed mixed performance. Jamaica's JC index gained 0.21%. Trinidad and Tobago's All TNT index declined 0.1%. The Bahamas BISX was also down 0.56%, the BSC down 0.02%, and the ECSE down 0.08%. The CBX declined by 0.32%. Only Bermuda's BSX remained flat. Top movers were One Caribbean Media, which gained 11.1%, and Sterling Investments, which declined 14.6%. And that's your Market Watch. I am Sharon Farquharson. Global Pulse is up next. This is TBR. Welcome to Global Pulse. Global markets continue to assess the economic implications of ongoing Middle East tensions. S&P Global Ratings warned that disruptions through the Strait of Hormuz could evolve from a price shock into a broader supply and financial shock. The agency estimates that roughly 15% of global oil and LNG flows have been affected and cautions that a prolonged disruption could push oil prices above US $200 per barrel. Those concerns are already filtering into commodity markets. London aluminium prices have risen nearly 17% since the start of the conflict to around US $3,673 per ton, the highest level since March 2022 amid concerns over Middle East supply disruptions, tighter Chinese production controls, and potential bauxite export restrictions from Guinea. In Europe, the European Central Bank warned that financial markets remain vulnerable to a sharp repricing as investors underestimate risks linked to geopolitical tensions, rising sovereign debt, and slower economic growth. Meanwhile, the European Union is reassessing its trade relationship with China and considering stronger measures to address widening economic imbalances. The EU also signed a modernized trade agreement with Mexico. Bilateral goods trade reached 86.8 billion euros in 2025, and the pact is intended to reduce dependence on both the United States and China, while expanding access for agriculture, pharmaceuticals, and manufacturing exports. In North America, U.S. banks reported first quarter net income of US $80.5 billion, up 3.6% from the previous quarter, while loan growth accelerated to its fastest annual pace since 2023. However, unrealized losses increased to US $325 billion. Separately, the U.S. goods trade deficit narrowed 3.4% in April to US $82.4 billion as export growth outpaced imports. U.S. mortgage demand weakened as average 30-year mortgage rates climbed to 6.65%, while jobless claims remained historically low at 215,000 despite continued geopolitical uncertainty. In Canada, the economy contracted at an annualized rate of 0.1% in the first quarter, narrowly avoiding a technical recession. At the same time, insolvencies rose 18.8% year over year to the highest level since 2009, while the current account deficit widened sharply to 7.2 billion Canadian dollars. In Asia, China's outbound direct investment rose 3.9% to 429 billion won during the first 4 months of the year. Meanwhile, the country's shift toward mobile payments continued, with the number of outstanding credit cards falling to 687 million, approximately 15% below the 2022 peak. Finally, Europe is seeking to strengthen its technology base, with plans that could require up to 120 billion euros in semiconductor investment by 2030, as the region seeks to double its share of global chip production. Before we close, a quick look at the markets. Oil prices eased modestly, with WTI crude falling 1.7% to US $87.36 per barrel, and Brent crude down 1.7% to US $91.12. While the OPEC basket rose to $105.80. Natural gas was little changed at US $3.29. In equities, investor sentiment remained broadly positive. The Dow Jones gained 0.7%, while the S&P 500 and the Nasdaq both advanced about 0.2%. In Europe, the FTSE 100 and CAC 40 edged lower, while Germany's DAX posted a modest gain. Asian markets outperformed, led by Japan's Nikkei, which surged 2.5%, with Hong Kong's Hang Seng up 0.7%. And that's your Global Pulse. I'm Sherian Farquharson, and this is CBR.
Now that's a wrap on episode 20, season 3 of the Caribbean Business Review. Now thank you so much to our loyal audience across MPR Radio and all digital platforms for your continued support. Our special thanks to Gordon Foote, founder of Be Smart Consulting Limited, who helped us navigate the Caribbean's digital transformation journey. Now, from supply chain disruptions and procurement challenges to executive buy-in and digital resilience, the conversation explores why technology adoption remains uneven and what organizations must do to compete in an increasingly digital economy. This includes the growing risk of a two-speed economy in which digitally connected organizations advance rapidly while others struggle to keep pace. Key strategic takeaways from our conversation include: first, digital transformation is a strategic journey, not a technology purchase. Success depends on leadership, organizational readiness, and the ability to align technology investments with clear business objectives. Second, digital resilience depends on as much on supply chains as it does on technology. In an era of chip shortages, procurement challenges, and price volatility, resilient supply chains have become a critical component of digital competitiveness. And third, the Caribbean risks a widening digital divide unless adoption accelerates. Without proactive investment and collaboration, the gap between digitally enabled organizations and those struggling to modernize would continue to widen. Ultimately, today's discussion reminds us that technology alone does not create transformation. Leadership, strategy, resilience, and execution remain the factors that determine whether digital investments generate meaningful economic and business outcomes. Now, the latest edition of the Caribbean Financial Dispatch is now live and available via LinkedIn, WhatsApp status, and the link in our YouTube comments. Readers can now follow and subscribe at caribbeanfinancialdispatch.substack.com. You can also listen to this episode at your convenience on Spotify. Don't forget to like, share, comment, and subscribe, and follow Caribbean Business Review across all platforms. Because indeed, knowledge is strength, but information is power. Until next week, same time, same place, and on behalf of Sherry and Farquharson, I am Joseph Cox, and this has been the Caribbean Business Review.
It's the Everybody Sale at New Budget Supplies. Do-it-yourself professionals and contractors. This is the sale for you. Lumber, steel, dress and form ply, water tanks, pumps, PVC pipes and fittings, toilets, bathtubs, vanities and basins, windows, paint, doors, floor and wall tiles, thin sets and grout. Up to 20% off selected items. 195 Hagley Park Road. Telephone 923-4560. New Budget Supplies. Always the best prices.
Tools, hardware, and supplies is turning up the heat this summer with your super saving summer sale. Prices are slashed on everything you need to fix up your home. Beautiful tiles, sleek doors, top quality windows, modern sanitary ware, exclusive flooring, and more. At Tools, hardware, and supplies, we have you covered for the summer.
So come visit us at 279 Spanish Town Road, 4 South Camp Road, 8 Red Hills Road,
or online at toolsja.com.
Tools!
Lion King of Hardware. Lord, I'm ready. Lord, I'm ready. I'm ready. Lord, I'm ready for you call. I know you will let me when I'm falling. With all the obstacles that's in my way, you move them all away. Lord, I'm ready for you calling. I know you will let me when I'm falling. With all the obstacles that's in my way, you move them all away. Your grace is all that carries me to the dark. You shine your light so I can see. Even when I was down on my knees, you said make you free. Lord, you bring my shield from my enemies. In your loving home, that's where I got to be. To stay within your grace for the rest of my day. Lord, I'm ready for you calling. I know you will let me when I'm falling. With all the obstacles that's in my way, you move them all away. Lord, I'm ready for you calling. I know you will let me when I'm falling. With all the obstacles that's in my way, oh gosh, you move them all away. Lord, I turn to you when I'm in need. Your love is just like the air I breathe. Heavenly Father, you're truly a friend indeed. There is so much that I got to say. I could go on about you every day. Your name I will always praise for the rest of my days. Rest of my days. Rest of my days. Heavenly Father, yeah. Lord, I'm ready for you calling. I know you will let me when I'm falling. With all the obstacles that's in my way, you move them all away. Lord, I'm ready for you calling. I know you will let me when I'm falling. With all the obstacles that's in my way, you move them all away. Your grace is all that carries me. Through the dark you shine your light so I could see. Even when I was down on my knees, you set me free there. Lord, you bring my shield from my enemies. In your loving home, that's where I got to be. To stay within your grace for the rest of my day. Lord, I'm ready for you calling. I know you will let me when I'm falling. With all the obstacles that's in my way, you move them all away. Lord, I'm ready for you calling. I know you will let me when I'm falling. With all the obstacles that's in my way, you move them all away. This is a message, Lord, I've got to say to you, I'm so tired of living a humble and country life. When you were attracted to the bright city lights, you had a lot of money to spend on pretty girls and lovely things. Just living it up as if you were a king. You had a whole lot of friends that you treated a vintage boy. But when the money went out, they didn't stick around this time. There was a famine on the land, and you didn't really have a dime. So you had to go out to stay and feed with swine. But I will rise and go to my Father. I will rise and go to my Lord. Though I'm not worthy to be your son, but I could still be your servant. So I will rise and go to my Lord. There was a time when you realized that you went wrong, when you found out how material things have gone. You've been living like a rolling stone, no more will you go. For there's a welcome for the prodigal son back home. I will rise and go to my Father. I'm not worthy to be your son, but I could still be your servant. I will arise and go to my Lord. When the son had chose to take that journey home, he didn't know his father would have compassion on his soul. He hugged and kissed his son so cold, and dressed him in fancy clothes. He put ring on his fingers and shoes on his feet to stroll. I will rise and go to my Father. I will rise and go to my Lord. Though I'm not worthy to be your son, but I could still be your servant. I will arise and go to my Lord. I will rise. to be your son, but I could still be your servant. I will arise and go to my Lord. I will arise and go to my Father. I will arise and go. Amazing grace, how sweet, sweet the sound that saved a wretch like me. My heart to feel and grace my fears relief. I'm precious deep. The grace I believe, I first believe. Are you with me? So amazing grace, how sweet, sweet the sound that saved a wretch like me. I was lost, but now I'm found. I was blind, but now I see. Through many dangers, joy and sleep, I had already become. For was grace that brought me safe this far. I see. Father God, Most High, to you I give all the glory. Yeah. Be not dismayed, whatever betide, God will take care of you. Beneath His wings of love apart, God will take care of you. God will take care of you through every day, all the way. Mercy.
Good afternoon, welcome back to Rebel Radio. And you know, Monday we are late for our regular program. You know, on Mondays at 4 we have to turn our attention to what is happening at the workplace. Yes. You know, last week was Workers' Week. And in Jamaica, we want to take a look at what is happening. We have a senior trade unionist Vincent Morrison with me this evening. Good evening, Mr. Morrison.
Good afternoon, sir. How are you?
Well, I am supposed to be okay.
Good, great.
Well, last week was Workers' Week.
Yes.
And I saw where a number of, well, at least 2 buildings were named after trade unionists or ministers who work with the trade unions did work on behalf of the workers.
Can we say the Greek Moses Miller?
Yes. And Linda Nelson. Newland, right, yes.
Yes.
We saw that.
One of the highlights of Trade Union Week. I think the other highlights was the symposium they had at the University of the West Indies.
Well, I did not attend that one. You attended?
Yes.
Well, tell us some of what happened there.
Yes, the symposium dealt with a number of issues.
Among them were?
Well, the agenda was quite clear in that it look on the industrial, it's really dealt with the role of the industrial dispute side, you know. And the employers were well represented. A lot of lawyers were there. But I think, again, the employers have exposed themselves in the sense that, as you know, just like our legal system, our court system, if you don't follow procedure, then even if the worker or the criminal, for that matter, is guilty, then, you know, you're going to have run into some problem. And so what the employers were saying was that this is unfair to small business. They were actually saying that you should have a law which says small business can get away with not following procedure as against big business, you know. And I had to take the mic and say to the well-attended crowd that was there, audience, that was, you know, stupidness, really stupidness. Okay, you can't have two laws One says that you follow the procedure, you're wrong. Another one which says that if you follow the procedure, you don't follow the procedure, you're right. In other words, but what employers and certain lawyers, were saying basically was that because business is small, they can do anything. Where justice is concerned, they can fire and hire at will. And I think that was the wrong approach. But it was quite an outstanding seminar, symposium organized by the Industrial Institute Tribunal and the Mona Business School. And, their presentation, fortunately I had to leave before it's completed, but
But you know that there have been calls for reform of the trade union movement, trade union laws. The business community is calling for reform. So far, what the trade unions...
For example, redundancy.
Yes.
They want redundancy payment to be taken out of the redundancy and payment act. They want that to be taken out of redundancy. I think that to think in terms of arrangements in Barbados, we have a fund. The employers pay into a fund, and we are redundant concerned you're not paid. But my suggestion is that they should do what is being done now at, for example, the American Embassy, where the security staff that's represented every 5 years. They are paid their notice of redundancy pay and continue to work, continue the job as if nothing happened. Terms and conditions, well, it's normally improved after the end of the 5 years. But there's a small group out there who feels that trade unions are not needed in the country, and that everything should be done to silence the trade union. The problem is that there are trade unionists in Jamaica who have played to that music. There are trade unions in Jamaica who have not had an executive meeting or a national congress here. And the trade unions in Jamaica, I believe, is very careful that they don't, that they're not found guilty of their own demise. It's pretty sad, but it's there.
Well, as you know, last month was Workers' Month, let us say. No.
The other event, which I believe highlights the week, was the naming of the Ministry of Labour facilities at 1 North Street.
Yes.
The Portia Simpson Miller building. There's no doubt that there have been several very, very outstanding labor ministers. Certainly, there was Ernest Pierce, there was Linda Newland. In fact, Newland, then Pierce, then you had Bonnie Isaac, you had Horace Daly, Danny Buchanan,
Pernell Charles
Senior, and his son now is the minister. But what I can tell you, there's none of them, in my view, has been impactful or effective as Portia Simpson, I can tell you. Her first style was just fantastic. She would ensure that she's in touch with the unions and the management when there was negotiations in the sectors, for example, the bauxite and aluminum sector, the transportation sector, the petroleum sector, the sugar sector. And if you have to go to her, like what happened one negotiation between herself and Alpha, and another one was involved in Alchem, where we started at 11 o'clock one Saturday and ended up 6 o'clock the following Monday morning. You
mean the entire weekend was spent negotiating?
She stood it up. She didn't let up. She stayed it up all night. When we went to the meeting, she gave us the phone and said, look, call your wife, your girlfriend, your husband, whoever, and let them know that you're with Portia. Because none of you leave here tonight until we finish the negotiation.
Yeah. You know, somebody who as a reporter, I remember that should be acknowledged, the permanent secretary in the Ministry of Labor. He served under more than one minister. I'm trying to remember his name now. He died recently. Oh my, you don't remember his name?
I think it's Madame Roseleon.
No, not Madame Roseleon. After Madame Roseleon. Not Madame Roseleon. I'm trying to remember his name now. He's permanent secretary. He served under Portia Ministry. He served under more than one ministers. I can recall.
You're talking about Tony?
Tony Irons.
Yes.
Tony Irons, yes. That was a permanent secretary. That man.
Yes.
Yes.
That's true. Tony and the secretary work very closely.
Yes.
But in addition to Portia's work in industrial relations, she worked very well in local government. She worked very well in tourism. She actually set up the Tourism Enhancement Fund, a fund that resembles quite closely the National Housing Trust. And that is the fund that is being used to do a lot of programs in the hotel industry by government and the hotels. That's what that is being used to. In fact, some of it is being used to fix roads.
Yes.
In certain areas. But in addition to industrial relations, Portia must be remembered for the work she did in the overseas farm work program. You will recall the destruction created by Jack Smith. Huh?
Yes. The country will recall that.
Yes. And I recall when she put the team together, as a team that consists of both DIT and NW officers, among others. And when we went to Canada the first time, Leon. Well, the first time I went to Canada, I can tell you the Canadians weren't too happy with us, because they may have gotten this view that, we're not honest. We're not honest, And I think Portia really did a big job, in turning the program around. Both the U.S. and the Canadian program. I think coupled with her industrial relations work, that acting, bringing back the trust and improvement in the program was tremendous.
Right. Yes.
I recall going to several farms right across Canada, United States, and I tell you, she was loved. In fact, they shouldn't be saying this on public radio, but there was one of the big Canadian farmers who was so enamored with her that he wanted her to join her in marriage, man. But she did a very good job, and there's no question. There's no question that she deserved.
Yes.
What I wasn't too happy about was the twinning of the thing, in that Newland was years gone by. Newland was in the 60s. And some people felt it was more political than naming part of the ministry, because the ministry is one ministry. The welfare side is part of the Ministry of Labor.
Yes. But he too played a role. Hold on. Hold it there for me. Let us take a break. We are on workers' time. Let us take a break.
It's the Everybody Sale at New Budget Supplies. Do-it-yourself professionals and contractors. This is the sale for you. Lumber, steel, dress and form ply, water tanks, pumps, PVC pipes and fittings, toilets, bathtubs, vanities and basins, windows, paint, doors, floor and wall tiles, thin sets and grout. Up to 20% off selected items. 195 Hagleyburg Road. Telephone 923-4560. New Budget Supplies. Always the best prices.
Tools, hardware, and supplies is turning up the heat this summer with your super saving summer sale. Prices are slashed on everything you need to fix up your home. Beautiful tiles, sleek doors, top quality windows, modern sanitary ware, exclusive flooring, and more. At Tools, hardware, and supplies, we have you covered for the summer.
So come visit us at 279 Spanish Town Road, 4 South Camp Road, 8 Red Hills Road,
or online at toolsja.com.
Tools!
The Lion King of Hardware.
Yes, welcome back to Rebel Radio, and we are on workers' time talking to Senior Trade Unionist Vincent Morrison. Yes, Mr. Morrison, if you recall that Minister Newland, he did play he did some work for the workers. It was under his ministry that the NIS was formed. Am I right?
Yes.
Yes.
That is why the billionaire's name up there. But all I'm saying is that twinning it at this time was, I don't believe it was the right thing to do, because it was quite a long time that was done, But the end of the day, it has been done, and I commend those who took the decision to name the ministry, not after she passed, but while she's alive.
Yes. Now, we're looking at Workers' Week. What would you say about the future of the workers of Jamaica at this time?
Well, the economy is not doing too good as people there is a recession in the Jamaican economy. They have not been getting the growth. The workers, when they go to the hospitals, the public medical facilities, they don't get the service as they are. Transportation, although we have so many cars on the street, workers are struggling to reach work on time. They are expensive. Price. The war in the Middle East has been pushing up the cost of living. So it's a mixed bag out there in terms of workers. We have been seeing some spike in redundancies. The number of places that smaller business suffers, they're going to the plaza. A lot of the shops in the plazas are closing down. Rentals are too high. And of course, because of the continuous wage guideline, there's not enough disposable income out there to spend. So the big loser.
I see where one entity has where 200 workers were employed. Mega Mart in Portmore, I see where they have indicated that they are closing. And that is a food place, is it? Yes, it is. Yes. Well, that tells you. I mean, Mega Mart in a community like Portmore, you would expect that organization to continue to flourish. But the people in Portmore, with the high toll costs, with the high electricity bills, high rentals, etc., it is not the easiest thing. It is creating problems. Mm-hmm. Yes. So how are we going to get the growth when 2% offer on wages? How the workers are going to get money to spend so that these businesses can be kept open? Or is it that you're allowing too much imports in the country, which are killing some of the local business? These are some of the questions that need to be answered. Yes. And if we don't fix those issues as quickly as possible, then we all know the outcome. Yes. So all of that rosy as we all thought it is not as rosy as it is. You know? Mm-hmm. Yeah. And what are your predictions for the workforce? Well, I am hoping that the government will be able to set the public sector wages. Yes. I am hoping that those companies who can pay better than what government is proposing for its workers, or the DOJ is saying. But the DOJ has now changed its tune, because the DOJ had a policy of 4 to 6% inflation. That has been upgraded. That has been upgraded. Yes. So we know what is happening worldwide. It has some impact. And then with this NARA arrangement, the problem with NARA is that the confidence that an institution like NARA should have, going into trying to develop a system makeup. You don't have that. Because you can't have an institution like that spending so much money. And what?
Prime Minister and the Chief Executive are not answerable to nobody. Eh? That don't spell sense to me at all.
We see that former JDF boss has been appointed to head NARA.
Yes. Ambassador?
Yes.
Former ambassador? Yes.
He has been recalled.
Yeah.
So, from a trade union perspective, then you are not seeing bright days ahead for the workers?
No. I don't want to be described as a pessimist, but based on what is happening, I don't see brighter days.
Yes.
Right? Then when you take the housing trust, to take 55 billion out of the trust at this time, when workers can't, it says the workers in the lower wage level are struggling.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know.
Hold on, tell me something. The trade unions are not represented on the NHF again?
Yes, they are there.
Yeah?
Yeah, certain unions.
Certain unions?
Yes. Not all the unions. I know the BIT is there. I think the NW is there. I don't think the head of the Confederation is there. You see? Yeah.
Yeah. Well, so far I don't hear any objection from the movement in relation to that government taking the money from the NHT. I don't. Have you heard?
Say it again?
Have you heard any objection from the trade union about the government taking the money from the NHT?
Yeah, man. I spoke on Ralston's program several times about that.
Okay.
And I'm on your program now saying that it is the wrong thing to do.
Yes.
Yes.
It would appear as if as you said, you don't see any bright days for the trade unions, for the workers. We know that the government is still at the table negotiating for public sector workers.
Yeah.
What is the latest you have on that?
2.5% for 3 years.
They have not removed. They have not.
No. No improvement.
Yes. That is certainly not good enough at all, because as you indicated, and we know the inflation rate has gone up higher than 2.5%. And the cost of goods and services keeps going up daily. Yes. It is not looking good at all for the...
Not looking good at all.
No. What are your suggestions? What you think should be done at this time, Mr. Morrison?
Well, I think one of the things that has to be done is that both the government and the opposition need to sit down. And not because you are the government and you have the majority in parliament, but, it needs the cooperation of everybody. One party, and the government itself only. The government only cannot build this country, it needs the cooperation of both sides.
Mm-hmm.
And that's sure that is being done. The second thing is that there's too much corruption in the country. A lot of corruption, right? Less consent. The third thing is that when you have scarce resources, you have to be careful where you spend it. You know. For example, those buses that were purchased for school, huh?
Yes.
School buses. That was a bad thing to have done. These are 15-year-old buses. And we have, right now, you have operators in Jamaica who we could sit down with and say, look, let us put together a service. Eh? In fact, the report I've gotten, I was in Westmoreland last Wednesday, and the report is that people are taking them.
Children?
Children are taking them. Eh?
But why are children not taking them? Why?
Well, I can't say.
Yeah.
I don't say, but I don't think they're that attractive enough, you know. But the thing is that we have to be careful how we spend. There's a lot of money in Jamaica, but if you're not spend it right, we're going to have serious stuff.
Mm-hmm. Earlier on, yes?
Yeah. I remember attending the Labour College in Canada, and there was this economist, he conceptualized the theory about the guns and butter. You have to decide whether you spend money on guns or whether you spend it on butter. Huh?
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's a philosophy that we need to look on very carefully in Jamaica.
Yeah. I recall on this program you told me that your union were in the process of looking at rebuilding, I think it was 2 homes or a unit in the rural.
Yeah. Well, good thing you asked the question, because we went to Westmoreland twice. First time we went, the persons who we were at the house first room, we couldn't go down because they were rent land, you know. And we didn't want to put us in a boat structure. We had to put up permanent structure. So we went back on Wednesday and saw 2 places. One for our workers at this foam factory as we speak, and another one who was retired. In fact, that man who one of them lost his foot. He was a driver. He usually take the delegates in from Frome.
Mm-hmm.
You know, when you were negotiating at the ministry. He was a driver who would drive the company vehicle with the delegates. And boy, he was so happy to see us. You know, so we have started the process. We had written to our friend in Trinidad. We haven't heard from him. I don't know when last you speak to him.
Mm-hmm.
We haven't heard from him, but we have started the process. So we have seen the land, and they are supposed to send us some estimates very shortly.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yes. You know something, Mr. Morrison?
Yeah.
Something that I would like the trade union to take up on their agenda. The whole issue of landlessness in Jamaica. Now, in Westmoreland, you should know that a significant number of people in Westmoreland who are victims of Hurricane 2, who are living on land, who are at least squatting.
Yeah.
And we have not heard so far any policy, anything from the government as how it prepared to address landlessness in the country. Neither from the opposition either.
I think the opposition had in their manifesto. I must look on their manifesto last election to see exactly what they're saying. But there are certain people in Jamaica who won't be able to purchase a home. Yeah. But the housing trust was created to do exactly that. But what is happening now is that the trust has changed its modus operandi. They're lending to the bank. And I don't see why the trust should be lending money to the bank. Huh? To lend to poor people. I don't think that is right. Huh? See? Because every loan you get through the bank, you have to pay for it. Yeah.
And there are many people who I don't think can afford loans from the bank to build a house.
Yeah.
Yes. Well, as I said, I would like the unions to put this on their agenda because that is certainly an issue that should be addressed by the government. And we have not heard anything so far.
The good thing here is that Jamaica is not short of land. Jamaica is not short of land. I don't know if you have driven on the highway from Mandela to Williamsfield.
No, I have not used that idea. I've not gone so far.
It's a big difference between the highway from Mandela to Otrell and Miami Bay or wherever. Because that side of the island is more hilly.
Yes.
But it's pure flat land. Because most of the land between Mandela, starting with Cayman, straight to Williamsfield, or sugar land.
Yes.
And, Roger Clark usually make the point that what you going to replace sugar with? And you have now seen the answer. The answer is a whole heap of maca tree. And the maca tree, they grow growing like water. Eh? You see? Because the land is so well fertilized. That's all it needs, is a little rain. You know? So you take out the cane and you put in nothing for maca tree growth. And then when you talk about the economy, how can you have for example, Chrome in Westmoreland has a capacity to produce over 100,000 tons of sugar. That was done in 1965. Huh? But Chrome is now producing 30,000 tons of sugar. That don't make sense. We are importing over 130,000 tons of sugar in Jamaica.
Yes.
And you have Chrome is closed. There are some Jamaicans wanted to take over the factory in Clarendon. And the Chinese refuse to allow them to do it. Huh? Yeah.
It is now closed. We don't know what is happening on Money Musk.
Yeah. Bernard Lodge.
Bernard Lodge.
But look on Alpha. Alpha is also good.
Yes.
And I hear the minister decided to go to China. Why the minister should go to China? I think the Chinese should be coming to us. Eh?
Well, I don't know what.
I don't think we should be going to China. We're going to China.
I don't know what is happening there.
We should say to the Chinese, and I don't know, it was a bad deal. Arvin Hill and Bruce Golding were so eager to get rid of the sugar industry here in Jamaica, that they gave it away for nothing. Yeah, virtually nothing. But at least, if they had an agreement which says that if you don't produce this amount each year or even 5 years or so, then we would reserve the right to take back the place. They gave it to China, and all China want was the war. Yeah.
They are using the wharf. They are using the wharf.
Of course, they use the wharf. Put guys like that into the bigger photos. Yeah.
Yes. Well, we have. Let us wait and see what the visit in China is going to bring. Whether how many years now Alpart has been closed? Over 3 years now.
Alpart has been closed since when? Before COVID.
Yeah.
Before COVID. And COVID is 6 years ago.
Yes.
Huh? Yeah.
Well.
So I don't know who you know. You can't have a main sugar and bauxite is our two main industries.
Yes, of course.
In terms of foreign exchange earnings, they're our main industry. Yeah. Yeah.
They are down now.
So?
Yes.
How are you going to get growth? You must end up in recession with your best industries. Huh?
Are down.
What?
Yeah. So.
I mean, when you go back to the 90s under PJ and Omar, when you had Sinta, which pulled billions out of the economy, we have never had this situation. Sugar operated. Bauxite operated. It's a joke. Joke thing going on with me. Yeah.
Well, we are going to end the discussion for today, but you are saying that...
You try and get Mr. Anastet, you know?
Yes, I will try and do that.
Yes.
I'll try and do that. And...
I really want to hear from it.
Yes. And let us hope that brighter days are ahead for the workers of Jamaica.
Yeah, they are hoping that.
Yes.
I've made so much sacrifice.
Okay.
You know?
Yeah. Okay, Mr. Morrison, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much for having me, sir.
Yes. That was Senior Trade Unionist Vincent Morrison. And we were talking about the future of the Jamaican worker. Yes. And he does not see a bright future for the workers, right? As you know, the negotiations are taking place now. That's for the public sector workers. Things not looking bright over there either. Well, let us hope that things will improve and things will get brighter for the workers. Let's take a break. Now it's
It's the Everybody Sale at New Budget Supplies. Do-it-yourself professionals and contractors. This is the sale for you. Lumber, steel, dress and form ply, water tanks, pumps, PVC pipes and fittings, toilets, bathtubs, vanities and basins, windows, paint, doors, floor and wall tiles, thin sets and grout. Up to 20% off selected items. 195 Hagleyburg Road. Telephone 923-4560. New Budget Supplies. Always the best prices.
Tools, hardware, and supplies is turning up the heat this summer with your super saving summer sale. Prices are slashed on everything you need to fix up your home. Beautiful tiles, sleek doors, top quality windows, modern sanitary ware, exclusive flooring, and more. At Tools, hardware, and supplies, we have you covered for the summer.
So come visit us at 279 Spanish Town Road, 4 South Camp Road, 8 Red Hills Road,
or online at toolsja.com.
Tools!
The Lion King of Hardware.
Here's how to comment during the Frankly Speaking show. On your computer, look to the right of the video. That's your live chat hub. Click the Say Something box at the bottom, type your message, and hit enter. Boom, you're live. On the mobile app, it's just as easy. Tap the live chat button right under the video to open the window. Pro tip, if you're in full screen mode, tap the screen once and hit the chat icon to see messages without leaving the action. Can't type? Check two things. Make sure you're signed in, and see if subscribers only mode is on. You might need to sub and wait a few minutes. Keep it respectful, follow the mods' rules, and have fun.
Good day. Good day. The Jamaica Teachers Association, JTA, has its president elections next month. Frankly speaking, those elections are consequential, and the JTA is an important national organization. So, frankly speaking, we are spending most of this podcast looking at the second of the two candidates contesting the elections. Is Darian Henry. We'll come to Dr. Henry in a moment. This is episode 212 of May 31, 2026. We are coming to you today from the Rio Nuevo village, a historic location on Jamaica's north coast. Rio Nuevo village. So you might actually hear some sounds and there's poetry going on from the location where we are. I'm Franklin McKnight, and we will welcome you. We welcome you all viewers and listeners, and thank you for sharing your time with us. Today we are missing Winnie, but Desmond Richards, our other regular presenter, is here with us. Welcome, Desmond. This time around in the JTA election, two educators at the tertiary level are seeking the top posts. We spoke with one of them last week, Maureen Mullins Nelson. And this week, we have with us Darian Henry, principal of Montego Bay Community College. Let me say for transparency, I know Dr. Henry, and we worked together at IRFM for years, and we've been in contact since then in his various capacities. My job today is to help you understand, as we did for Dr. Nelson, what his plans and his thinking are about the education system. Thank you for joining us. Please feel free to comment or ask questions by using the procedure outlined at the top of the show. Just place your comment in the section space provided on the YouTube channel, and we'll try to read them. Welcome, Dr. Henry.
Thank you, Franklin, and good afternoon to you and Desmond and members who have joined online.
Okay, and we have another story which we're likely to get to, but we're not sure. It's about that 70% of the money allocated under the Solidarity Program which has been returned to government. But we'll talk to Dr. Henry first. I'm starting, Dr. Henry, by asking you to respond to the argument that a principal like yourself, and one at the tertiary level at that, should not be seeking to be president of the JTA, whose overwhelming number of members are classroom teachers. But you as a principal should not be seeking to represent classroom teachers in this primary, secondary, early childhood stage. Please respond to that.
Thank you so much, Franklin, and again, thank you for inviting me on your show. Good afternoon, Desmond. Let me first say thank you to the parish and district associations who have seen it fit to nominate me for such an important office, for such an important institution in our country. I think, largely speaking, the conversation is misdirected, and I think it gathered steam, Franklin, coming out of the compensation review in 2022-2023, where there were disparate voices in respect of what transpired post the compensation review. There were arguments which gained some momentum in the teaching profession throughout the education system that principals were the ones who benefited tremendously coming out of the compensation review, and that it is only teachers who should be a part of the JTA itself. Let me just say straight off the bat that I am a teacher. I am an excellent teacher, one of the best in the system, and who have been recognized globally for my sterling work in the classroom and even at the leadership level itself. The JTA is comprised of different categories of members, most of whom are the active members of the association. We should never perpetuate an argument that will divide the Jamaica Teachers Association. The fact is that a teacher will always be a teacher. A principal requires to be a teacher before he or she is appointed to service as a principal. Insofar as what transpires in the JTA requires the best of leadership as it stands now. The argument is also put on the table that I'm also from tertiary as well. But I need to say to your viewers as well that I've worked in the secondary system and I also work at the governance level. In fact, I now currently chair the board of Landilo School of Special Education. So I am well embedded in the education fabric. And as a matter of fact, I'm embedded in such a way that my own views, my own direction, my own vision is now seen as first-rate leadership as it stands. I bring to the table transformational leadership where the advancement of our association is concerned. The truth is, where we are now in education does not require a division among us. It requires united voices so that we can be up to par in providing policy prescriptions for our country. So we should not be sidetracked.
The argument is that you as principal, especially at the tertiary level, can't understand, can't empathize as much with the issues, not just the pay issue, but the issues facing the classroom teacher in a 200 school, 200 member school, or a 400 member school, primary school somewhere, or a basic school with 45 students and one teacher. That you at your community college can empathize with those people. So you can't represent them properly.
The question of leadership is not necessarily only around empathy. What's happening at primary education, for example, is a travesty of justice in the education system. Primary schools are under-resourced, or infant schools are under-resourced. Argument around that tertiary principle not understanding what's happening at all levels of the education system is, frankly speaking, rubbish. When a school, for example, Belfield High, way up in the hills of Manchester, struggling with their infrastructure, to struggle on their shift system, struggle to provide teaching and learning. I don't know what this argument is about, that a tertiary principal don't know how to represent other issues. When a primary school like a Barracks Road Primary School, for example, they get an average $300,000, yes, for maintenance grant, and $150,000 per year to run the school, but it costs them $300,000 to pay the security to run and secure their institution as it stands. When they go about a school like Golden Grove Primary in St. Thomas, where teachers are working in the horrid and hot conditions, what are they talking about that people like me cannot represent the system as it stands? I understand, I've been there. I will never leave there. And I want people to understand that I will be an unmistakable voice in representation. What we need now is transformational leadership in the GTA. We are desiring stridency to bring home the point about the issues that we face right now. Teachers are being blamed for this and that. They're blamed for everything. But no one sees the lack of resources to bring home teaching and learning as it stands. So my colleagues have seen it because they know that I have the leadership skills required to advance their issues at this time.
Okay. Now, Dr. Henry, people argue that... Desmond, go ahead. Go ahead.
Dr. Henry, you must remember that this is an election, you know. That during election time, all kind of stuff comes up in election. You must anticipate. Remember, this is an election like a general election, you know. You're in Jamaica, you know.
It is.
Remember that. One of the things, though, and we put it to your competitor last week, that the JTA, in other words, let me just come straight to you. What are you going to do different? Are you just going to focus on salaries increases for teachers? Are you going to focus on the issues facing the educational system if you are elected?
Thank you, Desmond. The fact is, and I want to make this point clearly before I go into the meat of the matter, the JTA is a lobby institution that must at all times fight for the welfare and the conditions of service for its teachers. So at no time the JTA will be silenced in its quest to seek better for its teachers. That said, I posit to you, Desmond, that we are entering into a very important period in national discussions around the proposed education strategic plan. It is now, following what transpired and expired in 2020, the Ministry of Education at the policy level is now moving to craft a 10-year stretch plan as it stands. And these conversations will shape, Desmond, the future of education for entire generations. I am positive that the JTA must be at the table, not as an observer or an afterthought, but we have to be a respected and valued partner in this stage of national development. So this is why I'm making the point that we are much more than bargaining for salaries itself. But I make this point that teacher welfare, teacher retention, the working conditions of teachers, professional development of teachers, leadership preparation of teachers, and student achievement can never ever be separated. These, Desmond, are interconnected issues that must anchor any serious discussions around reforms in education. As president, when I'm elected, I will have to advocate for a stronger, a robust, an even more assertive JTA, one that engages our policymakers respectfully, yes, but firmly and armed with the evidence and the research and the lived experiences that you talk about that people don't say, I don't know about what happened at primary school, that we have to bring to the table. I posit as well, Franklin and Desmond, that the JTA must be resolute in asserting its voice. We must not wait until we are invited to the conversation around the future of education. We have to position ourselves as an indispensable partner in shaping the future of education. Therefore, it is, Franklin, Desmond, that my vision of the JTA is not that it's not only related to policy, but we must help to shape the policy. So my candidacy is more around developing or galvanizing a discussion around the reforms in education. However, the teacher must have those discussions. If you're not doing it in the educational strategic plan, it will fail, I posit.
Well, I thank you for going there, because one of the questions that we raised last week is, can a president really do anything much in a year? You are saying that you want a more assertive JTA, you want to be at the table, you don't want a reactionary thing. But can a president really do much? If I were a minister of education and I get a combative president, I just wait him out or her out. Just wait him out. You have a year. What can you really honestly do, Dr. Henry, should you be elected in a year?
It's a fair question. The current governance structure of the JTA affords for three presidents: the sitting president, the one in waiting, and the immediate past president. I can tell you straight up, I initially harbored a view that there is no need, because you have three strong, strident presidents who are maneuvering the issues of the day. However, I've been talking to more and more teachers who are of the view, and I think I'm forming the view as well, that the time has come for us to have another look at aspects of our governance structure, simply because the policy landscape has changed, yes, and the lobbying landscape has changed. It is true that a president who when campaigning, he posits certain key priorities, may be unable to realize all of them as he relinquishes office after 365 days. However, one should not acquiesce from the point that the JTA has a very strong governance structure, and this governance structure has three presidents. The forefathers of the association, they were presumptive about it. They were of the view that when you have three strong presidents and a sitting president who governs, who oversees the association, that they should work in harmony. Now, if the JTA's mantra is to unite and serve, we have to mean this, and it must also be replicated in our governance structure as it stands. So I'm of the view that maybe the time has come for us to look at it again. However, the existing governance structure can work, but if people come to the presidency with their own machinations and their own agenda, it certainly will take away from the mandate. So we have to be clear about why we're running for president. I'm very clear about why I'm seeking this mandate, because I'm clear about what the forefathers of the JTA had presumed how the presidency is to work in the JTA.
Okay, now I want to, you touched on it, but I want to ask it the question in a different way. People argue that the JTA is constantly talking about salaries. And you pointed out that it's a lobby group, and your opposite number last week also mentioned that has to be there. But how important are salaries and conditions of service to the poor outcomes that we have been seeing for years from our students? How important is this salary issue and the conditions under which teachers work to what we are getting out of the schools?
The truth is, Franklin and Desmond, no education system can outperform the quality of its teachers. And we're facing a silent and growing crisis around recruiting the best of teachers, developing and motivating and retaining talented teachers. Teachers now are expected to do way more. even more now than before. And the truth is, frankly, many teachers feel undervalued. They are overburdened and disconnected. And a stronger salary structure, one that mirrors what happens in the rest of the Caribbean. Because as it stands now, and the World Bank proves it, that Jamaican teachers fall at the very bottom of where salary structures are in the rest of the Caribbean. However, we have to be transformational, and we have to be far more purposeful in rethinking and reimagining our salary structure for Jamaican teachers. The truth is, if we do not address that, which is like the crux of the matter, then there are other issues that will not get attention. There's also need for better professional development pathways for teachers as well, the improvement in the working conditions. I went to Jonathan Grant and I asked a teacher if this was an oven or if this was a hot plate. We have to improve those working conditions. And there has to be a renewed commitment, not just at the policy level, at a national level, that there is, that teaching is an attractive profession. But Franklin, as it stands now, teaching is not attractive. I went to Mineral Heights Primary recently, and I asked a group of students, what are your future endeavors? Not one out of the 57 students I interacted with, not one mentioned that they wanted to be a teacher. And
what?
I'm telling you, 57 students, and not one mentioned that they wanted to become a teacher. And I'm saying that our policymakers, they need to grasp some of these signals. And I'm telling you, if our salary structure remains as it is, we will continue to have retention issues in education as it stands. Listen, Franklin, in 2024, we lost 471 of our best STEM teachers. What does that mean for our future industries and innovation? Are we just going to be a service-oriented economy? So we have to place the structure of the teacher's salary in stark alignment with the policy advancement of the country. And that's why JTA cannot be a silent organization. That's why we have to be strident about this. Yes?
I'm going to give you a couple of, I'm going to ask you for give you a couple of responses since we got enough few.
Sure.
Dr. Renee Level says, well said, Dr. Henry. I think Dr. Level is in guidance and counseling. He said, well said when you were outlining your previous thing. Owen Richards said, the tenure of the JTA president should be at least 2 years, should at least be 2 years. And Jennifer Gale says, the JTA is an intellectual ghetto full of political activists. Give me a response to that latter.
That last response is perhaps something that cannot be glossed over. There is a view, unfortunate view, that JTA is a political organization. The JTA is aligned to a certain party, and the JTA is obstructionist. I want to piece caution here, because the JTA, which blossomed in the early 1960s, yes? When the JTA was formed in the 1960s, there were significant reforms taking place in the post-independence period of Jamaica. And JTA played a critical role. In fact, the formation of the Education Act and the promulgation of the Code of Regulations in 1980, embedded in that, is the work of the JTA, and several reforms that took place year after year, decade after decade beyond that. So it would be sad to subsume and to relegate the JTA as an intellectual ghetto. I reject the view that the JTA is an intellectual ghetto. We have over 18,000 members, 18,000 of our educators. We cannot refer to our educators as intellectual ghetto. It is reprehensible. I'm not saying the JTA is beyond critique, but I'm saying that the agitation of the JTA must be respected, because the JTA has been front and center in the overall development of the education system as it stands. So I defend the JTA as it stands where that is concerned.
Jamaica Swaby says, Well said, Dr. Henry. We, the teachers, trust you with our affairs. That is, I suppose, one of your supporters. Desmond, if you don't have any, I'm going to press on. I wanted to ask him. If you are elected next month and the elections are between June 15 and 19, I didn't hear what you said. I was asking you if you are elected next month, Dr. Henry, as president-elect to take office the following year. What specific action should teachers and the nation expect from Darian Henry? What specific action?
Thank you for that, Franklin. Let me just first say that the Jamaica Teachers Association is part of a trade union and part of a professional development body. However, we have to assert the rightful place of the Jamaica Teachers Association in the fabric called education in this country. I'm also going to assert that...
Sorry, before you have said that. I just want to, and I don't want to slow you, Steve, but you have said that. But doesn't the JTA have an arrangement for a monthly meeting with the Minister of Education where they can bring their issues forward?
Yes.
Don't they have negotiations directly with the Ministry of Finance? When you say assert their influence and assert their intellectual power and whatever it is, what do you mean?
What I mean here is that JTA has to pivot around strategic advocacy. And as I've consistently stated, JTA too has to evolve because the space is evolving as well. The political space is evolving. The negotiating space is evolving as well. How the JTA asserted itself in the last few years will have to evolve as well because the political environment has changed. So it means that there has to be far more diplomacy, far more dialogue, far more alignment with national development. The JTA must not be seen as an obstruction to national development. That's what I'm saying. But rather, we are to be seen as a partner, a key partner in national development. So those monthly discussions around which the JTA has with the Ministry of Education and also the Ministry of Finance, when there's a salary discussion and all of that, it must take that tenure, strategic alignment, strategic discussions around advancing national development. I must say this though, Franklin, that in 2027 will be the year that the JTA will be submitting a new claim to the Ministry of Finance. And the truth is, preparing this claim will require national intervention here. Because as I mentioned before, if we do not deal with the condition, the teaching conditions of our teachers, the conditions of work, if we don't address those, we're going to see hemorrhage after hemorrhage from the teaching profession. It cannot happen without it, Franklin. So when those discussions arise, we have to pursue the pathway whereby we're far more tactical at the discussion table. We're far more purposeful at the discussion table. We bring the lived experiences in such a way and in such a compelling voice that they understand what the future of education means. I mentioned earlier, Franklin, that there is a discussion. There are discussions now happening in the Ministry of Education around the 2025-2035 educational strategic plan. Yeah? And I'm saying that there has to be far more girth around those discussions. Where is the JTA in those discussions? I heard you last week that the ministry don't have to listen to the JTA. I am positing that the ministry must listen to the JTA. If it doesn't, it is going to make a monumental error. And we're trying to grow our country, but when our teachers are left out of the loop and are paid like paupers, and we wonder, where is the education system? Where is the quality? What is going to happen? I heard a discussion last week from Capri. Yeah, and I have to talk about it because Capri is stating that 82%
and just to tell people that Capri is a think tank which deals with
it is a think tank. Yes, and I've read all their reports for the last 10 or so years. They produce very good reports with excellent recommendations. However, I have to take issue with some of the findings last week because their argument is that we're spending like a rich country. We're still underpaying teachers, but we're spending like a rich country, but the value is not being yielded. What the report did not tell you is that the teachers are creating miracles in the schools as we speak with very limited resources, with the behavior and the maladaptive behaviors of our children and those children who are presenting with far more psychosocial maladies, children who are presenting with far more special education needs that are being untested, they are going unnoticed, and they are being funneled through the education system all the way to secondary, and we spend $1.2 billion every so often at secondary to try to fix those issues. If we don't fix it early, I'm saying we're going to be in trouble. So the think tank, yes, it has calculated, but I'm saying it misses some important points about how value is achieved in the education system.
Dr. Henry, you said earlier that you want to make sure that the JTA is not seen as obstructionist. But from what I'm hearing you saying, in exerting the influence, being more aggressive, you are suggesting a presidency that's going to be up in their faces. Is that one way to look at it?
But you're a journalist, you know how to coin your words and so on. So I won't be tied up and tangled up in all of that. I am saying that the JTA that they will see under my presidency will be something that they have never seen before. I'm saying
let me just tell you, as you say that, Mr. Henry, I say Katie and Scott said, well said, President in waiting. Pointing Leeds Primary School says, waiting on your presidency and looking forward even. Yes, sir. So you are suggesting that you're going to be bringing something different. I want to ask. Yes, go ahead. Sorry, I'm sorry.
I don't want to lose the point, Franklin. As I travel the 14 parishes, as I travel those 78 days and interact with teachers, our members are also calling for fresh leadership in the JTA. Many of our members have become disillusioned with the JTA, and the JTA has a role to re-engage with its grassroots. I can't be a presidency who doesn't engage with the grassroots. So while you engage with the policymakers, you have to also at the same time engage with the grassroots, because teachers, while it is that they continue to telegraph issues around conditions of work and so on, they are turning the spotlight on JTA itself. So when I go to represent the teachers, I'm saying I'm standing for teachers, I'm standing as an intellectual voice for teachers, I'm standing as a strategic and robust voice for teachers, while at the same time re-engaging and re-energizing the base as well. Because if we don't energize our grassroots base, then the future of education is going to be in doubt and in jeopardy. So the point I'm making, Franklin, I'm looking for the alignment, and it has to happen. So that's why I bring freshness to the table. This is where transformational leadership becomes ever so important. Yes? So it's necessary at such a time.
One of the things, Doc, is that you should be mindful of is that, remember that we are in a political environment, A strong president is going to be accused as being an obstructionist by supporters of the party. That in other words, if the JLP in power now, if you orchestrate policies that are robust, you will be seen as a PNP man. If the PNP is in power and you orchestrate those policies, you'll be seen as a JLP man. We are in a political environment. Don't be mindful of that. Now, the thing that I think you should be mindful of is the output, because right now, teachers' salaries, classroom teacher salaries are low, but the output that I'm talking about, the students are coming out of school illiterate. I would like to hear the JTA president I'm waiting is what you intend to do about that if elected.
He's not the JTA. Good. Thank you very much.
Okay.
If elected, thank you. If elected.
Okay. Right. Yeah. Okay, good. I want to make this point very clear, and I'll address the other part of your question. I'm not a political henchman. I'm an educator, yes, respected educator. I make myself available because I think I can contribute to advancing education through the JTA and bringing the welfare of teachers to the table. And I won't forget that part of it, and I don't want anybody to forget that while we attend to the other issues, the issues affecting teachers will not get attention. It must, as it stands. Now, you touched on the area of accountability, and there's no question in my mind that teachers must accept their share of responsibility for improving outcomes as they are. However, the education space has changed. There are far more different expectations and realities happening in the classroom now more than ever. The teachers will tell you right as we speak, yes, that learning challenges have become almost the norm, and they themselves do not have the therapeutic and the qualification necessary to diagnose as it stands. Yeah. So there's a special education issue going on as we speak, you know. And by the way, as a board chairman of a special education school as we speak, I can be very plain about it. How we treat special education, as a matter of fact, is a travesty. Many other countries, even in the Caribbean here, they're moving up pace to make sure that maladies affecting students as they move through the system, they're getting attention. What are we doing? Yes, we're doing the integration. Yes, we're doing the inclusion. But where is the policy prescription around it? Where are the policy prescription? And I keep asking about it. Yes, where are the special education teachers? Franklin, you know that when the special teachers graduate, them just do 2 years into the system and them gone because Canada want them, Israel want them, everywhere want them. Why we don't want them? Why is it that our special education system is treated like a bastard child? Why? Why? So the point I'm making here is that teachers are not afraid of taking accountability and responsibility, but in the same breath, the education system needs recalibration. If we don't recalibrate, all this talk about the reforms in education will mean nothing.
Okay, sir. I'm going to give you a couple more responses, and then I want to ask you a question there. Fulvian Nugent says, "Tell them, Dr. Henry, the problems affecting teachers are far more than what is at the surface." And then Lewis says, "Listen to reasoning and wisdom." And then we see Ina Barclay, from somebody from Ina Barclay Academy of Excellence, which is named after a former JTA president. Yes, special education services are required, and they are a good special education unit. Fulvian Nugent says, "Truth don't need the color to be color coded." And from Ina Barclay Academy, we are no bastards. All we need is resources with love. Well said.
That's right.
Dr. Henry, I need to ask you something. You mentioned the special education. I'm glad that you did it without being nudged by us, because it's one of the questions I have to ask you. But basic school, early childhood education, that has been treated very badly as well over the years. And I put it to your opposite number last week, the other candidate, and Dr. Nugent, as to why aren't the people in the basic schools, the teachers, brought in to the JTA, and why aren't they represented more strongly? I'd love to hear your response to that.
Well, as you know, Franklin, basic schools do not fall under the direct remit of the Ministry of Education, but are supervised by the Early Childhood Commission. We have our infant departments attached to primary schools, etc., as it stands. The truth is, and by the way, I twin special education and early childhood education. So when I speak one of the other, because if we are to be serious about improving outcomes, then early childhood education and special education must move from the margins of policy discussions. Yes, we yap our mouths around improving early childhood education. And yes, I heard the minister saying that each basic school will have a trained teacher come September 1. However, we have to move early childhood education and special education to the center of educational planning. And that's why I'm saying that the proposed education strategic plan, it has to be bold and resolute around largely what happens in the early years of education. I say this quickly, Franklin.
But JT has been really leading on that, Dr. Henry.
Well, that's why I'm coming. That's why I'm coming to the fore. That's why I'm coming to the fore. Orlando Patterson, in his 2021 report, he's arguing, and I disagree with the learned professor, that we should shift resources from tertiary and put it squarely at early childhood education. I do not agree. The country, at where it is now, it must ride and whistle. Fix early childhood, fix special education, and ride and whistle with tertiary education. Because what the early system produces is what the end stage of the system will produce for the workforce. And we have to get this. The policy shifts must happen now. So this means, Franklin, that there has to be better trained early childhood practitioners, improved compensation, what they pay some of the teachers there. It is abysmal.
Disgraceful.
It is a disgrace, a national disgrace. Yes, we have to have stronger quality assurance systems. I did hear out of the early childhood conference last week that they're forming a new committee to look at some of these systems as it stands. Too late, but at least the shower of rain is coming. And sustained investment in foundational literacy and numeracy. We're not serious about it, Franklin. And that's why when they seep into the primary level and the secondary level, we wonder what happened to the picnic them. We now place attention. Bahamas, all right. I'm not going to go to Singapore, or I'm not even going to go to Finland. In the Bahamas, and you should know this, Franklin, in the Bahamas, there is a national consensus for education, whether they're government-sponsored or whether they are community-based. The government plays a big role. And I'm saying the time has come for us to make a big shift where early childhood is concerned. Equally important, as well as special education, because the teachers will tell you that in addition to the resource issues that the children are presenting with learning disabilities, developmental delays, behavioral challenges all throughout the system, autism spectrum disorders, speech issues, and other exceptionalities in education. And I'm saying the time has come now for us to have a whole policy shift from the margins to the center. So that's why I'm disagreeing with Professor Orlando Patterson with this one.
All right. I've put a couple more comments that come in. Dr. Henry will do a great job and bring meaningful transformation to the education system with strong leadership, vision, and a commitment to educational excellence. From the Ian Barkley Academy, I'm sure it's not on behalf of the Academy, maybe somebody coming from there. Please to separate special ed from ECI. They're saying to you mentioned that when you're talking about them, so I don't know if you want to comment on that. And we have different needs. Can you comment on that?
Yeah, that is true. That is true. And the truth is, the reforms in early childhood education are structural as well as they're conceptual. However, special education can never be taken out of the mix, because if we have disparate issues and if we have different ideologies, then the problems will not be diminished. So the truth is, my twinning or my combination of special education with the issues in early childhood education is very presumptuous, yes. However, if we are to be bold about the reforms that we're talking about, we have to talk front and center. So that is why.
All right. I'm going to ask you now. So, Dr. Henry, you have been on the road apparently. I know that the presidents go on the road. Dr. Maureen Nelson was telling us last week that she has also been on the road. And we did ask her the question about tertiary level people and suggested to her that she is a big shot lecturer on the grassroots, and she rejected that comment as you are rejecting that you are a principal and you don't know what's going on. Because you have been on the road, you have been like a politician running the road, sir. But let me ask you, are you an underdog in this race, or are you the favorite?
I'm a candidate, duly nominated. I've been visiting various institutions, various schools across all levels around the country. The issues that I'm seeing that are facing our teachers, they're certainly not new in the context here. I present myself as the ideal candidate with the experience. I've been educated throughout all levels of the system. I've lived the walk of transformation. The system is not easy. However, if the right leadership is selected, then we're moving in the right direction. I don't see myself as an underdog. I'm a duly elected candidate, and I do believe that when teachers vote, they're going to vote Darian Henry because they know that they have an authentic leader, someone who has their interest at heart, and while at the same time pushing forward the reforms necessary in the education system.
And just let me understand something from you, Dr. Henry. In the system as it exists now, would you accept that the government has been putting a lot of money in education, and there's not really, we're a poor country, and we really can't do much more. We're asking the government to put more, build better school, build that. But we are a poor country. How do you respond to that suggestion? We are a poor country and government has done what it can.
No, Franklin, the people poor.
Let him answer, Desmond. Desmond, let him answer.
Right. I'm going to start by saying that based on our annual output of goods and services, we couldn't be classified as poor by all the development standards. The truth is, Franklin, we spend, the education budget is over $200 billion, and 80% of that goes to compensation. Goes to compensation. The truth is that we have a vision problem for our education system. We have a problem around how best to advance and resource and invest in the system. Our education system is pretty young, based on pre and post colonial issues. We're still young. Ray Davis in 2004 and the Orlando Patterson report of 2021, it subsumes a lot of the issues as they are, and they've always put forward recommendations. We have to stop looking at education as a checkbox system. Oh, we fix part of a school, checkbox. We fix this, checkbox. We have to stop doing that. We have to see the education system as a full alignment with national development. And until we do that, we're going to always have this conversation around the spending education. There are some spending priorities that our policymakers will have to make some hard decisions on, and that will require transformational leadership as it stands. The education system can thrive, but they have to make the right decisions and spend the money and resource the system in its rightful place. We have a foundational crisis, we have a teacher development and retention crisis, and a system that is not fully aligned to the 21st century realities. We have to get our house in order.
All right. Dr. Henry, I'm going to give you a minute to speak directly to the teachers about what you are bringing to the table and why they should vote for you. We offer that same position
to the voters.
Thank you. Very
before you go there, let me just mention Dennis Brown is saying, looking forward to your leadership, Dr. Henry, and somebody from Ina Barclay Academy out there in St. Thomas is saying, I await a meeting with you as we could chart a path for a better future for persons in need of special educational services. Best wishes, Dr. Henry Mason.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
So your pitch now, please.
Very quickly, I seek the presidency because I think the JTA stands at a very critical moment in the fabric of education. Our teachers are facing growing challenges, and the association needs experienced and steady leadership that understands education policy and advocacy. Throughout my career, I've championed reforms in education and leadership and stronger institutions for better opportunities, not just for students, but for teachers as well. And I want to bring the same passion and the same experience to this national prestige. My commitment is very simple: to advocate for better working conditions for teachers, stronger professional support, and a more attractive career pathway for young people. The JTA must continue to be a bargaining body, but it also has to be a respected voice in shaping the future of education and influencing policy. You know, as I close, Franklin, one of my favorite books is from Baruch Tafele. Is my school better because I lead it? So I often ask this question: will the JTA be a better association because I led it? My answer is a resolute yes. Not because of one individual, but because together with all the teachers, we can build a stronger profession, a stronger association, and a stronger education system. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Henry. That was Dr. Darian. Henry is principal of Montego Bay Community College, and is one of the two candidates for the election at JTA President. The elections will take place June 15 to 19 right across the country. It's shaping up to be a very interesting one. I think I've been told that teachers are quite motivated about the elections, and we will see how it goes. And Owen Richards, I see them pointing out that I should. Owen Richards says, visionary leadership awaits education. No, that's Arena R. Yes, visionary leadership awaits education. And Owen Richards says, before the end of the podcast, I hope we can get an update on the hurricane expenditure by the government. Mr. Richards, we're not there today. Go ahead.
Dr. Henry, you are going to win. That's my prediction.
But last week you told Dr. Maureen Nelson the same thing. Desmond, you're too much.
Well, I am convinced that Dr. Henry is going to take the election.
All right, so okay. You have been known to be a loser before, so let's see. And you have come through right on some of them. All right, but thank you again, Dr. Henry, and wish you all the best.
Thank you.
Wish you and your opposite number the best. Okay, so now we are going to. I told you at the start of the program, and Mr. Richards wants to know what's happening to the hurricane relief. We don't have that, but and Mr. Richards, I will promise you that next week we will have this. But we're at the Rio Bueno Estate village. Sorry, Rio Bueno Estate village in St. Mary. That's where I am. I'm actually sitting at the Tiano Museum, and some of the stuff in the background is very treasured work, artifacts. But earlier there was what was called a reasoning with Muta Baruka and Kabu. And both of them people know from Iran. They have their, and I want to just bring you a little piece of Muta. We are supposed to be interviewing the owner of this place, and David Wilson. I'm hoping that we'll still be able to have a word with him. But we're going to just give you a little piece of Muta during the presentation earlier on these grounds. You want to try that for us, Mr. Joshua? Yes. We're not hearing though. Or is that me not hearing? Mr. Joshua, we're not hearing.
We're not hearing.
No, we're still not hearing. All right. That experiment is failing. Right, we're sorry, viewers and listeners, we wanted to give you a little piece of Muta, but we're not hearing anything. I want to also just mention a few more comments that came through. Leslie Thomas, congratulations, President in Waiting, and from in Barclay Academy, thanks, sirs. And Carolyn Clark Brown is saying she agrees with Desmond's prediction. Desmond, one of the things that I know that you raised is this whole matter of land tenure, right? And you had some concerns about land capturing issue, or I don't know if even that language is the right way to put it. But can you just make those comments before we
Yeah.
wrap up?
Yes, so far we have not heard from the government what it intends to do about for the landless in Jamaica. You listeners and viewers will be reminded that this issue of land tenure, landlessness, was came up during the hurricane because, as you know, many people in Westmoreland were living on lands that were not theirs. I don't know. We haven't heard anything about this. And the last count you have over
When you say
600,000.
when you say we haven't heard anything about it, Desmond, give me what would you be expecting to hear about it?
Well, we expect to hear what the government is going to do about the land issue for people in Westmoreland, right? Those people who are living on lands that were not theirs. What is going to be done for them? And so far, we have not
Because there
heard
is some
of.
difficulty. There's some difficulty providing benefits, or so we were told, for people who didn't own their own land, and many people don't want to leave those areas. And we know it's not just in Westmoreland, but we know Westmoreland has a significant problem in that area.
Yes. Well, as you know, this issue is island-wide. The landless issue is island-wide. And so far, I have not heard any policy from the government to address this issue. And as you know, that we, the black people in this country, we work this land. Our forefathers worked this land for over 400 years for free. And we are expecting the government, which is a black government, to make some provisions for us. We have not heard anything. And I am appealing to the government to remember that these are voters, PNP and JLP voters. It's time for us to do something for them.
And Desmond, in your way of thinking, what would you be? I'm not putting the onus on you. I mean, it's a matter that government should do. But what suggestion would you be having in mind?
Land must be made accessible to people, right?
Mm-hmm.
That is what I am urging. I'm asking for. People must be able to access land.
Robert Montague, the MP for West St. Thomas, is the man who is supposed to be handling, don't know if you'd call it land reformation, because that's not really the portfolio, but perhaps, and I just said, then perhaps I'm going to make an attempt. I did send him a note last week, but I did not hear back from him. When you mentioned it, this an area that we should talk about. They send him a note, and we'll take it on. But it's such an overwhelming thing, Desmond. And it has been so, it's been out there so long that I don't even know whether it is government considers it's too big an issue to take on. Because we learned years ago, didn't we, that roughly 1 million Jamaicans were living informally on land or squatting on land. And nothing has been done to that overall picture. So, and I haven't heard any specific policy prescriptions from the opposition side to it, or anything coming out of government, or anything coming out of any other think tank. So maybe we should put it down for ourselves as an issue to take on. And in the near future.
That's our show for today, Monday. Thanks to all my listeners and viewers. Thanks to my technical operator, Kevin. And we're appealing to you, users of our roads to be careful. Too many accidents. Be careful. And take it easy. Remember to keep safe. Until Wednesday, this is Rebel Radio and I'm Desmond Richards.
It's the Everybody Sale at New Budget Supplies. Do-it-yourself professionals and contractors. This is the sale for you. Lumber, steel, dress and form ply, water tanks, pumps, PVC pipes and fittings, toilets, bathtubs, vanities and basins, windows, paint, doors, floor and wall tiles, thin sets and grout. Up to 20% off selected items. 195 Hagleyburg Road. Telephone 923-4560. New Budget Supplies. Always the best prices.
Tools, hardware, and supplies is turning up the heat this summer with your super saving summer sale. Prices are slashed on everything you need to fix up your home. Beautiful tiles, sleek doors, top quality windows, modern sanitary ware, exclusive flooring, and more. At Tools, hardware, and supplies, we have you covered for the summer.
So come visit us at 279 Spanish Town Road, 4 South Camp Road, 8 Red Hills Road,
or online at toolsja.com.
Tools!
The Lion King of Hardware.